Sponsored by War Thunder. Hey, how's it going guys? It's Nate here. And if you've watched any of my previous icebergs or theory videos, you probably know that one of my favorite Elder Scrolls mysteries concerns the Eye of Magnus, and exactly what the object's origins and nature are. For those of you that are unfamiliar or need a quick refresher, in Skyrim, shortly after the player has enrolled in the College of Winterhold, you'll be invited on a field trip to explore the site of a nearby ancient Nord ruin. While there, one thing leads to another, and the Dragonborn accidentally stumbles their way into a secret, previously unknown chamber, where this giant glowing blue sphere thing can be found floating ominously. Obviously very interested in this find, college professors quickly take possession of the orb for further research, nicknaming it the Eye of Magnus, after the god of magic. The remainder of the guild's story revolves around the university's efforts to figure out what this eye really is, and later on, stopping a rogue Thalmor agent from using it to destroy the world or something like that. Eventually, the Psijic Order, a strange group of mages thinking themselves something of an SCP Foundation, show up and they just take the artifact away outright. And that's how the entire College of Winterhold questline ends. Despite our best efforts, at no point in this 3-ish hour narrative do we ever learn what the Eye of Magnus really was, where it came from, nor what it was doing in the ancient Nord ruin where we discovered it. The game consistently presents it as an object of unimaginable power. Indeed, at least one character seems to think it can unmake the world, though its true backstory and purpose are obscured. Alas, since Skyrim's release, now over 14 years ago, first through DLC, later through developer comments, and most recently through a series of revelations made by the Elder Scrolls Online, Bethesda and ZeniMax have steadily been building on this mystery, introducing a variety of new, related elements, hinting at a very specific meaning behind the orb's shape, and have even introduced several, somewhat conflicting, potential origin stories. The result is that over the last decade and a half, the Eye of Magnus mystery has quietly grown into one of the Elder Scrolls' largest, far bigger and more encompassing than I think any of us originally thought. Now, I must admit, after what certainly feels like more than 100 hours of research, I think that's accurate by the way, I'm pretty confident that this is a story that has not yet found its ending. The writers seem poised to continue introducing new elements and keeping the puzzle going. Indeed, my whole impetus for making this video came from an ESO update that dropped literally just a couple of weeks ago in late 2025. However, after all this time, we have gotten a few actual answers. And while I don't want to spoil anything, it seems to me Bethesda is leading us in a very specific direction regarding the Eye's true nature, one that I really like. Thus, today we are going to pore over all of the Elder Scrolls' Eye of Magnus lore, starting from the beginning with the original questline and working our way through all of the revelations made by later content, ESO, developer comments, cut content, everything you can think of. It's gonna be a long one. Anyway, throw a log on the fire, pour out a glass of your coldest hunting brew mead, and relax, as we explore how one of Skyrim's greatest mysteries has gotten so much greater. But first, a quick word from today's video sponsor. This video is being brought to you by War Thunder, the most comprehensive vehicular combat game ever made, available now for free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices. Engage in epic battles with over 95 million players and more than 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from 10 major nations, spanning from the days of the Great War to the modern era, in one of gaming's most immersive combat experiences. In War Thunder, every vehicle has been designed with an extraordinary attention to detail. Perhaps a little too extraordinary, but I digress. The game's damage system reflects this, allowing for precision targeting of individual components. From a fast-paced, action-packed arcade mode to an authentic simulator mode that abandons guardrails, War Thunder offers modes for every playstyle. When you're done with this video, check out War Thunder for free on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and mobile devices using my links in the description and pinned comment. New players and those returning after more than 6 months on PC and consoles will receive a free bonus pack featuring multiple premium vehicles, 7 days of premium account access, the exclusive Eagle of Valor vehicle decorator, 100,000 Silver Lions, and more. Available for a limited time, so don't miss it. Now, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Now, I think the best way to begin an investigation like this is with an analysis and a short walkthrough of the College of Winterhold's story. That will not only provide a helpful refresher for anyone who needs it, but there are also several important details peppered throughout the questline that I think a lot of folks have missed and would like to point out. That said, I have a feeling this section may not be so short. So, if you'd like to skip it and just jump ahead to the newer revelations made beyond the story, timecodes will be in the description and on screen now. Though, be warned, you might miss quite a few things. Alright, so shortly after enrolling in the College of Winterhold and attending our first lecture, where we flicker around a bit with ward spells, our professor, an old Nord by the name of Tolfdir, will announce something of an impromptu field trip, and state that he'll be taking our class to Saarthal, a nearby ancient Nord ruin currently being excavated by the college. He thinks visiting the ruin would be a good opportunity for students to get a first-hand look at how Skyrim's earliest human inhabitants interacted with magic. Thus, the quest, Under Saarthal, will begin, and we're instructed to meet our professor and fellow students outside of the ruin as soon as possible. Though, in practice, they're happy to wait around. Now, the College of Winterhold questline doesn't immediately tell us a whole lot about Saarthal's significance or its history. However, players who have been reading a lot of in-game Elder Scrolls books will know that this ruin is probably among the most historically significant sites in the Elder Scrolls franchise. You see, according to the lore, the early history of Tamriel is shrouded in mystery. It seems that neither man nor elvenkind may be truly indigenous to the continent, and that both races arrived from far away deep in the primordial past. But elves appear to have arrived first, sailing in from the south, first colonizing the Somerset Isles, and then migrating and expanding all over the continent. Eventually, as the decades gave way to centuries, the various elven tribes began to deviate and take on unique identities and even phenotypes, with the elves of Skyrim becoming the Snow Elves, or the Falmer, the elves of Cyrodiil becoming the Heartland Elves, or the Aelids, and those of the forests of Valenwood becoming the Bosmer, or Wood Elves. You get the idea. We call this period of early Tamrielic history the Merethic era, because the land was dominated by the elves, the Mer. We don't really know how long the Merethic era lasted. One book, called Before the Ages of Man, suggests it may have been close to 2,500 years, but we're not really sure. Okay, cool story, but what does this have to do with Saarthal? Well, sometime in the middle to late Merethic era, long after most of the continent had been claimed by the elves, mankind began sailing down to the shores of Skyrim and High Rock, evidently coming from a now lost, frozen northern continent known as Atmora. And according to various texts, going all the way back to Redguard and Morrowind, the first major city these human newcomers established was Saarthal, the very site Tolfdir is about to take us on a field trip to. Sarthal's significance doesn't end here, though, because the lore tells us that while initially relations between the human newcomers and the snow elves who had long inhabited this region were peaceful, over time, the Falmer gradually grew resentful of the increasing prosperity of Sarthal and eventually chose to destroy the city, falling upon and sacking the settlement in an event that's become known as the Night of Tears. Now quoting the Pocket Guide to the Empire's first edition. This was a booklet included with every physical copy of the Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard way back in 1998, and it provides us with our first account of Sarthal in the lore ever. Quote, exactly when the Nords first crossed the ice-choked Sea of Ghosts from Atmora, their original homeland is uncertain. As recorded in the Song of Return, Ysgramor and his family first landed in Tamriel at Historic Head, at the extreme northern tip of Skyrim's Broken Cape, fleeing civil war in Atmora. For a time, relations between men and elves were harmonious, and the Nords throve in the new land, summoning more of their kin from the north to build the city of Sarthal, the site of which has recently been located by Imperial archaeologists in the vicinity of modern Winterhold. But the elves saw that the vital young race would soon surpass their stagnant culture if left unchecked, and fell upon the unsuspecting Nords in the infamous Night of Tears. Sarthal was burned, and only Ysgramor and two of his sons fought free of the carnage and escaped to Atmora. The elves, however, had reckoned without the indomitable spirit of the Nords. Gathering his legendary 500 companions, whose names are still recited every 13th of Sun's Dawn at the Feast of the Dead in Windhelm, Ysgramor returned to Tamriel with a vengeance. End quote. Thus, the lore teaches us that the elves attempted to snuff out this growing human presence with something of a sneak attack. However, Ysgramor, Sarthal's apparent founder and leader, and soon-to-be legendary hero to all mankind, somehow escaped the slaughter and fled back to Atmora, where he recruited an army of 500 companions and returned to Tamriel to open up a can of whoop-ass on the treacherous elves. Indeed, Ysgramor's subsequent military campaign would virtually destroy all of Falmer civilization, and pave the way for Skyrim to become Tamriel's first true human province. But that's another story. Back to Sarthal. All of this is to say that the settlement's significance in Elder Scrolls history is extremely profound, and if you were someone who had played Redguard, Morrowind, Oblivion, and all that, when you first hear Tolfdir tell the class that he's taking everyone on a trip to that very ruin, chills should have run down your spine, because this is a very important place. Anyway, upon arriving at the excavation site, our old professor will thank us for our attendance, and the class will proceed inside. At first glance, nothing immediately sticks out about the entry levels of Sarthal. The area is clear of hostile NPCs, and is teeming with scaffolding and other signs of ongoing excavation by the college. Tolfdir will walk us through a few rooms, mentioning that Sarthal was sacked by the elves long ago, but not really diving deep into the area's history. Eventually, our professor will pause the tour and ask that the students spread out and collect any artifacts we can find for further study. And this is where the quest really begins to kick off. When the Dragonborn motions to remove a certain ancient Nord amulet from a wall, a hidden room previously sealed off will open, exposing an entire area of the Nordic ruin that the college hadn't yet been made aware of, and Tolfdir will join us as we make our way through this new section and clear a path through the large population of Draugr that seem to still inhabit it. This new, previously hidden area is strange. It seemed to have functioned as a crypt of some kind, given the large number of sarcophagi and, well, Draugr, but it's also a bit more than just that. There's this one room we enter where hundreds, maybe thousands of coffins are stacked downward in a deep, deep chamber. They also extend upward. Tolfdir will comment on this, exclaiming that the site is unlike any he's encountered in Nordic ruins before.
I've never seen anything like this in Nordic ruins before. Why, just look at all these coffins. This bears closer inspection. I'd like to stay a while and examine this.
This section of Saarthal in and of itself is something of a big mystery within the community. My best guess is that this may be a tomb for all the Nord lives lost during the Night of Tears when the elves first sacked the city. Perhaps following Ysgramor's return and his defeat of the Falmer forces, he came back to Saarthal to give its inhabitants a proper burial. But that's just a theory. Shortly after moving on from this area and progressing deeper into the hidden section of Saarthal's depths, time will suddenly start to slow down, and a high elf in bizarre golden robes named Nerian will manifest before our eyes and deliver the following warning.
Hold, mage, and listen well. Know that you have set in motion a chain of events that cannot be stopped. Judgment has not been passed, as you had no way of knowing. Judgment will be passed on your actions to come, and how you deal with the dangers ahead of you. This warning is passed to you because the Psijic Order believes in you. You, mage, and you alone, have the potential to prevent disaster. Take great care, and know that the Order is watching.
Thus, by stumbling into this hidden section of Saarthal, the Dovahkiin has set into motion a pretty serious chain of events that's attached to a mysterious group calling themselves the Psijic Order. People who apparently can teleport and manipulate time. We'll talk more about these guys later, though. For now, when we advance into the next room, it will quickly become obvious what Nerian was warning us about, as we enter a chamber illuminated by a giant, glowing blue orb that we will soon come to know as the Eye of Magnus. As we approach the baffling artifact, however, a nearby Draugr named Yerik Golderson will awaken and attack. Once this final boss has been dealt with, though, we and Tolfdir will be free to soak in the gravity of this discovery. The spinning sphere is decorated with a constellation of shapes, mostly circles, ovals, and triangles, and inscribed with a very unusual script that has never before been seen in the Elder Scrolls universe. Though we would see this font again somewhere else in a few years. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Some players have suggested that the letters on the eye are the same kind we find used on the actual Elder Scrolls themselves, and while there are some stylistic similarities, they really are two entirely different alphabets. The one used on the Eye of Magnus is a wholly original language. Obviously stunned by this discovery, Tolfdir will order us to race back to the College of Winterhold and inform the Archmage of what we found. In the meantime, he'll remain with the Eye, hesitant to leave such an artifact unattended. And with that, the Under Saarthal quest will be completed. Now, interestingly, when we return to Winterhold and arrive in the Archmage's quarters, you'll find that he actually has a certain book in his room, titled Imperial Report on Saarthal. And before we speak with the college's leader, I'd like to draw your attention to this text. It's exactly what its title denotes: an Imperial-sponsored report on the ruins of Saarthal, written by a certain Hesef Cherernus, a Mages Guild scholar, and Sentius Floronius, an Imperial archaeologist. Right off the bat, this report's authorship likely suggests that the College of Winterhold hasn't been the only entity excavating this first Nord city. The report is rather long, and much of its contents simply rehash what we already learned about this site, but there are a couple of excerpts that I find to be of particular importance. Take a listen to this quote. "The first task before me was differentiating between areas of original architecture and those that were rebuilt after Ysgramor retook the city with his 500 companions." Unquote. This is intriguing, if for no other reason it confirms that after Ysgramor returned to Skyrim and defeated the elves, portions of Saarthal were added and rebuilt by the Nordic army, adding a bit of credence to our theory that many of those sarcophagi we found inside the city represented a post-battle burial of Nords who lost their lives during the Night of Tears. Indeed, it could even imply that the entire wing of the ruin where we found the Eye was a later installation. The next, more interesting excerpt I'd like to share reads, "I have no conclusive results to report at this time. I can say with certainty that the initial attack on Saarthal seems to have been very focused, and does not appear to correlate to any locations that have been established as points of defense or importance. While the eminent scholar Sentius has yet to examine my findings, or indeed show any interest in them, my inclination is to suggest that not only did the elves know the apparent layout of the city, but that their assault was based on a specific directive and perhaps a specific goal." Unquote. While it's ignorant to the author, the clear implication of this text is that the elves attacked Saarthal specifically to acquire the Eye of Magnus. More than a typical political grievance, the Falmer were trying to secure the Eye for themselves. It's not obvious how successful they were. Perhaps the Falmer didn't even manage to find the Eye, or maybe they did and took it back to one of their strongholds, only for Ysgramor's army to return it after the war. Why exactly the elves sought this device remains unclear. But enough with the Imperial report. Let's get talking to the Archmage, an old Dunmer by the name of Savos Aren. Now, hilariously, despite literally sitting next to a book whose whole theory is that the Falmer attacked Saarthal to acquire something mysterious, Savos is utterly disinterested in our discovery and fails to connect the dots. He'll recommend that while Winterhold's staff works to move the orb into the college, we speak with the librarian, an orc named Urag Gro-Shub, and ask if he has any material about Saarthal and the Psijic Order, so that we might be able to research in the meantime, thus beginning the quest, hitting the books. Alas, when we get to the library and speak with Urag to see if he has anything relevant to our research, we'll encounter something of a roadblock. Take a listen. "I need to learn about something we found in Saarthal."
"I know what you want. Word travels fast around here. Discovered some big mystery, huh? Well, you don't even need to ask. No, I don't have anything for you. Not anymore, anyway."
"You don't have anything that could help?"
"I said not anymore. Orthorn stole a number of books when he ran off to Felglow Keep to join those summoners. Some kind of peace offering. I think one of those volumes may have had some relevant information. If you want them, you'll have to talk to Orthorn."
"Who is Orthorn?"
"He was an apprentice here at the college. Not very skilled, but got involved with a group of mages who took a liking to him. When they left, he took off after them. Stole supplies and books from the college. I suppose as a way to ingratiate himself."
"Why are these mages in Felglow Keep?"
"Let's just call it a difference of opinion with the college. They were interested in research that goes outside the bounds of what the college allows, so they were persuaded to leave."
Thus, in order to obtain the books we need, we'll have to storm Felglow Keep and recover them from the rogue mage ourselves. Hilariously, while doing so, we'll find that Orthorn, the person most responsible for the theft in the first place, was actually betrayed by the spell swords and left to rot in a dungeon after he gave them what they wanted. We can either free the lad, or leave him to his fate. At the end of the dungeon, we'll find the books Urag sent us after. 3 texts. One is called The Last King of the Aelids, another titled On Artaeum, and a third book called The Night of Tears. Now, believe it or not, while Urag's dialogue suggests that he believes only one of these books is relevant to our investigation, all 3 will actually come up throughout this video. For now, though, I want to divert your attention to the last of these texts, The Night of Tears, written by a certain Dranoro Saleth. This is likely the book Urag thought would help us the most, and he's not wrong. The text is a little on the long side, about a 3-minute read, but I'd like to go over the whole thing with you now, because its contents will echo throughout the remainder of this video. Quote, "Saarthal holds a prominent place in Skyrim history, even if most do not remember it by name. It, of course, is the site of one of the first major Nord settlements, one of the first cities of men in Skyrim, and the earliest known capital of their civilization. This is kinda a neat excerpt to begin with. We've heard Saarthal be variously described as the first Nord city and one of the first Nord settlements, but this quote refers to it as the first Nord capital, which is illuminating. It continues, "It was also the site of terrible bloodshed, when the elves attempted to drive the Nords out of Skyrim, to succeed only in incurring their wrath in the form of Ysgramor and his fabled 500 companions, who swept the elves from Skyrim and firmly established it as the home of the Nords. All this is known, but little else. What happened on that night of tears, when Saarthal was razed to the ground? What provoked the elves to such a deliberate, vicious attack, and what prompted such a severe response from the Nords?" Vingalmo's treatise on the Altmer Antecedent suggests that the elves of the Merethic era, along with their counterparts, the early Dwemer, possessed a degree of sophistication unparalleled in Tamriel. They displayed power beyond what could be expected of the time. While a distinct explanation for this is not given, I believe that this work, compared with the early writings of Hesef Chirurnus, suggest that something greater was at work on that night in Saarthal. Pause right here. Vingalmo's treatise on the Altmer Antecedent is not a book that's ever appeared for us to read in any of the games, so its contents are unclear. The term antecedent refers to something occurring before another thing, a predecessor of sorts. So the phrase Altmer Antecedent, with Altmer being High Elves, might refer to something that predates High Elven culture. Whatever the case, its central thesis is stated plainly for us, that the Dwemer and the Snow Elves were uniquely sophisticated, an idea that their ruins seem to reinforce, and then the author compares Vingalmo's treatise with a work we have read. Hesef Chirurnus was one of the authors of the Imperial Report on Saarthal, whose theory was that a Falmer attack on Saarthal was focused on a single directive. The author of this text, the book we're reading right now, Draenor Seleth, seems to be combining these ideas. Quote, "The true motives behind the Night of Tears have been obscured to us by the passage of time. But I believe this was not a simple war of territory or of control of Skyrim. I believe what happened was a significant event based around something very particular. The Nords found something when they built their city, buried deep in the ground. They attempted to keep it buried, but the elves learned of it and coveted it for themselves. Thus, they assaulted Saarthal. Their goal, not to drive the Nords out, but to secure this power for themselves. I believe Ysgramor knew something of what the elves would find under Saarthal and rallied together his people to keep the elves from gaining it. Once Nords once again controlled Skyrim, this power was buried deep below the earth and sealed away. Time has kept this knowledge from us, but it is my hope that time will also reveal the truth of these words. Every effort will be made to relocate Saarthal and find that which has been lost to us." End quote. Okay, kinda ends on a weird note. The author is saying we will find Saarthal one day, but his work literally cites the Imperial Report on the city's excavation, so should already know where this is, but otherwise this is a pretty illuminating source that very much affirms and expands upon what we've already been hearing. The Snow Elven attack was more than a Thucydian attempt to stall growing Nord power. The text also implies that the Nords may have incidentally stumbled upon the Eye when they were building Saarthal, and that much of the reason for Ysgramor's later return, more than simple revenge, was to stop the elves from keeping the device. You know, previously you could have argued maybe the Nords brought the Eye to Saarthal with them, but this text pretty firmly presents the idea that they found it when they were building their city. A conclusion that much of this video will later agree with. Now, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but we may be able to hear echoes of a similar attack in a later episode of Elder Scrolls history. You see, far across the eastern seas of Tamriel is said to lie Akavir, a mysterious yet unmapped continent home to its own unique nations and races. The most famous and well-known of Akavir's peoples are the Sayesi, supposedly snake-like creatures of human intelligence who have historically played a somewhat serious role in Tamrielic politics, serving various emperors of the past and often pirating in the eastern seas. Note, it's suggested that despite the Sayesi's serpent-like descriptions, they may have had rather human anatomies. Well, there's another Akaviri race our sources describe, known as the Kamal. They are described as snow demons who inhabit the northern reaches of the continent. The term Kamal supposedly translates to snow hell. We know very little about this nation and have never seen anything approximating a visual representation of them. They were first mentioned way back in that 1998 Pocket Guide to the Empire that shipped with copies of Redguard, where the booklet revealed that during the Second Era, a Kamal army actually invaded Skyrim and sacked Windhelm, then the capital, before being driven off by Nord defenders. The motives and reasoning behind this attack were something of a mystery in that 1998 Pocket Guide. Well, in 2014, with the release of the Elder Scrolls Online, which was set in 582 of the Second Era, apparently only about 12 years after the Kamali invasion, a new book was added, titled The Second Akaviri Invasion, which expanded upon the lore of this attack in much greater detail. The document is styled as a report on the Snow Demon invasion, written from the perspective of a Royal Bard's College historian who's seeking more funding to continue his investigation. The full document is quite long. It describes how the invaders suddenly just rolled up on the shores of the White River outside of Windhelm and sacked the city before just kinda wandering around aimlessly and eventually crossing the Velothi Mountains into Morrowind and attacking the Dunmer too. According to the report, the Kamal were eventually cut down to a man when a Nord relief army came to the aid of their Dark Elven neighbors, and in a rare instance of their cooperation, the two Tamrielic races were able to smash the Akaviri one. Well, there's this particularly relevant paragraph in the report, which much of the community believes may tie the Snow Demon invasion directly to the Eye of Magnus. Quote, "The leader of this second invasion was the King of Kamal, Adasum Dir Kamal. We know little about him or his reasons for invading Tamriel, even from our agents in the Eastern Kingdom. Few captured Akaviri knew any Tamrielic, and most died under interrogation. One report stated that Dir Kamal was seeking someone, or something, called the Ordained Receptacle. But this could easily be a bungled translation." Unquote. Now, the word ordained roughly means holy, or invested with a divine significance, and receptacle can refer either to a container/prism, or, in a modern sense, an electrical outlet, something you plug into to receive power. And, as we'll see, both these definitions appear to suit the eye, and the community has long suspected a connection. Back in September of 2014, about 5 months after ESO's release, the developers hosted an AMA on Reddit, where one user directly asked Lawrence Schick, the game's lore master and the guy who actually wrote the second Akaviri invasion book, whether or not the Ordained Receptacle referred to the Eye, to which Lawrence simply responded, "Not telling, yet." Thus, we're invited to consider the idea that the Falmer of old may not have been the last race to try and take control of the Eye by force. But I digress. We'll return to ESO in good time. For now, let's get back on track with the college's story. Upon our return to the college, we'll be directed to speak to Tolfdir once more, and inform him of our findings in the Night of Tears book. He can be found in the central auditorium, admiring the Eye itself. Somehow, it would seem the mages were able to move the orb all the way from Sarthal to the campus. I wonder how they did that. Tolfdir will promise to take a look at the literature before entering into a brief tangent about the orb and how it's baffled Winterhold's brightest minds, only for the both of you to be so rudely interrupted by a certain high elf. Take a listen.
It's always encouraging to see the younger generations embracing education. Did he now? Does he have information about our wonderful discovery? Is that the one about something buried beneath Sarthal? Something that men and Mare fought over? I'll have to make a point of rereading it. I don't recall the details. I just can't seem to tear myself away. Whatever this is, its beauty is like nothing I've ever seen before. If you'd allow me to indulge myself for a moment, I thought I might make a few observations. I'm sure you've already noticed the markings. They're quite unlike anything we've seen before. Ayleid, Dwemer, Daedric, not even Falmer. None of them are a match. Quite curious indeed. Now, I'm not sure that you're quite as attuned as I am, given my extensive years of experience, but can you feel that? This marvelous object, it practically radiates magicka, and yet it's unlike anything I've felt before. Archmage Aaron is already hard at work, and hopefully we'll have more information soon.
I'm afraid I must intrude. It is urgent that I speak with your associate immediately.
This is most inappropriate. We're involved in serious research here.
Yes, I've no doubt of its gravity. This, however, is a matter that cannot wait.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never been interrupted like this before. The audacity. I suppose we'll continue this at some later time, when we can avoid interruptions.
I need you to come with me immediately. Let's go. Really? Well, allow me to clarify the situation. I'd like to know why there's someone claiming to be from the Psijic Order here in the college. More importantly, I'd like to know why he's asking for you specifically. So we're going to go have a little chat with him and find out exactly what it is he wants.
Now, bit of a pause right here. We haven't formally introduced this character just yet, but Ancano will soon prove himself to be our primary antagonist in this Eye of Magnus story. Officially, this High Elf is a Thalmor advisor to Winterhold's Archmage, here at the pleasure of Savos Aren. But unofficially, it's clear that Ancano sees himself more as an Aldmeri Dominion supervisor who's meant to keep tabs on the goings-on here at the college. Here's how the Skyrim official game guide describes the character. A Thalmor agent currently residing at the College of Winterhold, acting in an advisory position. Ancano's patronizing tone and haughtiness have made this high elf into a hated figure. Feeling he has no one to answer to, Ancano is using his time at the college to find out any secrets he can and relay them to his masters back at the embassy in Hoffingar. He isn't winning any popularity awards in the college. While he's normally quite dismissive towards the player, with a member of the Psijic Order suddenly appearing, this Thalmor agent has suddenly taken an interest in our research, and he wants to know what we're up to. From here, Ancano will escort the Dragonborn up to the Archmage's quarters to meet with this Psijic ambassador. This time, it will be a new one. During that vision in Sarthal, we saw a monk named Narian, and now we're talking to someone named Quaranir. And as soon as he spots us, the Psijic will pull another time trick and begin speaking with us privately, where he'll issue the following warning.
Please do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. It is good to meet you in person. I'd simply like to talk to you. I've given us a chance to speak privately, but I'm afraid I can't do this for long. We must be brief. The situation here at your college is of dire importance, and attempts to contact you, as we have previously, have failed. I believe it is due to the very source of our concern. This object, the Eye of Magnus, as your people have taken to calling it. The energy coming from it has prevented us from reaching you with the visions you have already seen. The longer it remains here, the more dangerous the situation becomes. And so I have come here personally to tell you it must be dealt with.
Alright, first, pause right here. Believe it or not, this is actually the first time in the game we hear the orb referred to as the Eye of Magnus. I know I've been calling it that all throughout this video, but up until now, all characters have simply called it the orb, or that thing. This is the first time an actual character addresses it as the Eye of Magnus, and from here on out, we'll begin hearing that label applied much more frequently. It's worth noting that when we approach it in the Hall of Elements, the game itself calls the orb the Eye of Magnus in our interaction window, but it's unclear where exactly that connotation comes from. Questline insinuates that's just what people at the college have taken to calling it, but offers no further insight. Interestingly enough, though, there are actually lectures that may occur every weekday within the college's Hall of Attainment between noon and 2 p.m. The lectures are short, and their topics are entirely random, but after the eye has been moved into the hall, the following short lecture on the object may be delivered by Phineas Gestor, a professor of illusion magic, casting further doubt on the orb's name.
At this time, I would like to make a few statements regarding policy here at the college. Projects are underway to discern the origin and nature of the college's recent find in Saarthal. Any and all theories are currently being considered. Those with ideas should please speak with Mirabelle. At this time, there is no indication that, as has been rumored, the object is in fact a physical part of Magnus, the god of magic. It has been suggested that the object is a gateway to the realm of Aetherius, but nothing has proven that idea one way or the other. It has been proposed that the object is in fact the entirety of Arbis in one physical space. This would of course mean that Tamriel, indeed all of Mundus, is actually contained within the sphere. It further suggests that we are somehow then outside our own existence while looking in at it. While the idea seems dubious at best, it has not at present been entirely ruled out.
Thus, the identification of this thing with Magnus is uncertain and challenged by the actual staff at the college. Still, I think it would be a good idea to take a step back and discuss who exactly the god Magnus actually is before proceeding, because later lore we encounter will strongly suggest that this object is actually related to the deity after all. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about Questline. We'll circle back to the Psijic in good time. Magnus is typically identified within the community as the god of magic, and there's some truth to that, but the reality is a bit more complicated. You see, while the various cultures and races of Nirn all have their own pantheons and ideas for the divines, they largely seem to share a similar creation myth and understanding of Magnus. The typical story goes that, long ago, in a primordial age before time itself was linear, a deity known as Lorkhan to the elves, or Shor as the Nords often call him, convinced, or possibly tricked, many of his fellow non-corporeal beings into helping him form the Mundus, or the mortal plane of existence where all of the games take place. The gods who chose to join Lorkhan in this project are known as the Aedra, which means our ancestors, whereas beings who refuse to participate are called the Daedra, which means not our ancestors. Note that the terms Aedra and Daedra are often considered to be Aldmeri, but it's suggested that they may be loan words that the elves got from an even more ancient language. Anyway, Magnus was an Aedra, who took up a particularly prominent role in Lorkhan's project, for he was meant to be the Mundus' chief architect, and is said to have drawn up the schematics and plans for the realm. However, as the mortal plane was being created, the Aedra realized that it was consuming a great deal of their power. According to some sources, many of the gods involved began to die. This led to Magnus, the great architect, abandoning the project and fleeing the Mundus back to Aetherius, apparently dashing at such a great speed that his escape tore a hole through the mortal plane and oblivion, a hole which has since become the sun, which connects the Mundus to the Ether and is the source of all magic in the world. Magnus was joined by a number of his fellow spooked-out divines who tore their own smaller rips through the realm's fabric, creating the stars. Thus, Magnus and the gods that followed his retreat from Nirn are known to history as the Magna Gi, those Aedra who stayed behind, either too weak to run or committed to the project, became the various divines like Kyne, Akatosh, Stendarr, etc. And they were pretty upset with Lorkhan too, but that's a whole nother story. These are all just the spark notes. In the game's more theological literature, the universe, or the Orbis, is often described as a wheel, with Mundus, the mortal realm, at its center, surrounded by Oblivion, which itself is surrounded by Aetherius, and everything beyond the Orbis is the Void, the dominion of Sithis. Magnus punches his way from the Mundus to Aetherius. Now, because he abandoned the world to its fate, it's not obvious if Magnus has ever directly intervened in mortal events, or if he cares at all, really. Later on in this video, we will consider a certain suggestion that he has, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Unlike many of the Aedra who remained, or Daedra who would go on to influence mortals, Magnus may not have much of an interest left in the Mundus at all, making his worship rather uncommon. To the extent that he does care, it may not be for reasons we like. Perhaps the reason this orb is so often called the Eye of Magnus is that it seems to have some especially strong association with magic. As the game has already alluded to, and as we'll see shortly, the Great Sphere seems to possess an unfathomable amount of magical energy. Furthermore, in a bit we'll learn that the eye is connected to a certain artifact, which itself is much more clearly associated with Magnus, strengthening the link between the cowardly divine and the central mystery of this video. But anyway, we've already digressed more than enough. Now that we've discussed who Magnus is and the orb's etymology, let's get back on track and return to our dialogue with Quaramir, who still has something to say. After explaining his presence at the college, the Psijic monk will then urge us to seek out a mysterious figure on the campus, who he calls the Augur of Dun Lane. Quaramir himself is somewhat hazy on this individual.
As you may have learned, this object, the Eye, is immensely powerful. The world is not ready for it. If it remains here, it will be misused. Indeed, many in the Order believe it has already. Rather, something will happen soon, something that cannot be avoided. We believe that your efforts should be directed towards dealing with the aftermath, but we cannot predict what that will be. I fear I have already overstepped the bounds of my order, but I will offer this. Seek out the Augur of Dun Lane here in your college. His perception may be more coherent than ours. He was once a student here at the college. Now he is something different.
From here, Quaramir will leave the college, and will be directed to speak with Tolfdir for more information on this augur. However, on our way, we can share some more words with Ancano, and ask if he's heard anything about this augur. To which the Thalmor advisor will nervously deny knowing what we're talking about, his demeanor betraying an obvious lie.
The what? No, I'm quite sure I have no idea what you're talking about. I suggest you mind your own business and return to whatever it is you do here.
Now, while the game highly encourages us to speak with Tolfdir for more information on the figure, our best source on the augur's identity is actually the physical Skyrim official game guide. Here's how it describes the Augur of Dun Lane. Quote, "Formerly a mage from Dun Lane in High Rock, the Augur was working on some unapproved experiments in the Midden and wound up fused to the magical energies that flow through the college. Now incorporeal, he has sequestered himself in a locked room in the Midden, but keeps tabs on everything going on in the college." Unquote. When we finally get around to speaking to Tolfdir, he'll largely confirm these details and tell us to find the Augur in the Midden, a somewhat hidden underbelly beneath the college where darker forms of magic have historically been practiced by less than ethical students and staff. The Midden is a truly spooky place. We'll find evidence of necromancy, Daedra worship, and it's populated by various Draugrs and ice wraiths. However, behind a certain locked door, we'll hear the voice of the Augur, who will encourage us to step forth and speak.
I am that which you have been seeking. Your efforts are in vain. It has already begun. But those who have sent you have not told you what they seek, what you seek. Like others before you, you blindly follow a path to your own destruction. The Thalmor came seeking answers as well, unaware they will be his undoing. Your path now follows his, though you will arrive too late. You, and those aiding you, wish to know more about the Eye of Magnus. You wish to avoid the disaster of which you are not yet aware. To see through Magnus's eye without being blinded, you require his staff. Events now spiral quickly towards the inevitable center, so you must act with haste. Take this knowledge to your Archmage.
Alright, let's pause once again. A few things here worth pointing out. For one, the Augur tells us that Ancano has already sought him out for information on the Eye, something the Thalmor's own demeanor suggested, but now is confirmed. 2. The Augur himself explicitly refers to the orb as the Eye of Magnus, and states that to see through Magnus's eye without being blinded, you need his staff. This may indicate that the glowing sphere really is associated with the god of magic after all. Why would the Augur use such language otherwise? And 3, kinda connected to point 2, we're instructed to seek out the Staff of Magnus, which is clearly associated with the deity and further links the orb. Now, the Staff of Magnus has actually appeared in several previous Elder Scrolls games, though with extremely minor roles. In Arena, Daggerfall, and Morrowind, the artifact can be acquired through rather generic fetch quests that don't offer us a whole lot of lore on the object. In Morrowind, we can find the staff in the possession of Draveni Laren, a dialogueless dark elf hiding out in a cave. It's nothing crazy, offering between 25 and 50 points of spell absorption and 1 of 2 points of health absorption. Its roles in Daggerfall and Arena are even less glamorous. The closest thing to a true description of the artifact we've received prior to the release of Skyrim is a mention in the book Tamrielic Lore, an in-game text from Morrowind which offered brief descriptions of several Dwemer, Daedric, and Daedric artifacts in Tamriel. Here's what it says about the staff. Quote, "The Staff of Magnus. One of the elder artifacts in Tamriel was a metaphysical battery of sorts for its creator, Magnus. When used, it absorbs an enemy's health and mystical energy. In time, the staff will abandon the mage who wields it before he becomes too powerful, and upsets the mystical balance it is sworn to protect." So, while small, the Staff of Magnus has something of a precedent in the game's lore, and it likely links the Architect of the Mundus to the Eye in a pretty serious way. Now, after being dispatched after the staff by the Augur, we'll be prompted to speak with various college members and professors to inquire about the object's potential location, eventually being led to Mirabel Irvine, the Archmage's right-hand man, or Whoa Man, where we'll have the following discussion.
The Eye of Magnus? I can appreciate that this thing, this orb, it's very impressive, very unique and definitely worth studying. but let's not jump to any conclusions or assign it importance beyond what we're certain of. The Augur. Just what have you gotten yourself involved in? Whatever is going on, whatever you're up to, be very careful. Well, it's said to be very powerful. Has the capacity to store an incredible amount of magical power, as the story goes. But it's more myth than anything at this point. I've no doubt that it actually exists, but no one has seen it in, what, decades? Longer? I'm not sure. The only time I've heard it mentioned was when those Synod characters showed up some months ago looking for it. Mages based out of Cyrodiil. They fancy themselves the imperial authority on magic these last few hundred years. My understanding is that all they really do is make noise in an attempt to curry favor from the Emperor. Lots of politics, little magic. I was quite surprised to find them on our doorstep. They seemed amiable enough, but their line of questioning made me uneasy. It became clear they're trying to hoard powerful artifacts, looking to consolidate power. No one here does. The Synod seemed convinced it was somewhere in Skyrim. They inquired about the ruins of Mzulft, but that's all I remember. It sounded like they were heading there, though they were rather secretive about why. I suppose if you're intent on looking for the staff, there's a chance they might be in Mzulft yet. Just don't expect them to be cooperative.
Thus, we'll be sent off to the ruins of Mzulft, a massive abandoned dwarven manufacturing center, in order to locate a Synod expedition and see if they have any info on the staff. Long story short, upon our arrival, we'll discover that most of the Synod researchers have been cut down by the Dwemer automatons and Falmer that continue to inhabit the structure. There is but a single survivor, an Imperial named Peritus Decius, who, while sad about the demise of his colleagues, is even more grateful to see a living face that can help with an experiment. You see, we find Peritus barricaded in a room housing a machine he calls the Oculory, a device that harnesses sun and starlight to reveal the location of intense magical signals. The Synod researcher clearly wants to use this machine so he can identify and promptly loot various magical artifacts for the sake of his career. But the obvious subtext of the quest is that we'll be able to use it to find the Staff of Magnus. And sure enough, when we fire up the Oculory and manage to focus its light by completing a brief puzzle, a map will suddenly be projected on Mzulft's walls. To Peritus's surprise and horror, the map will not reveal the location of every single magical artifact in Tamriel, but rather, only two places will be lit up. One being the College of Winterhold itself, obviously illuminated by the Eye of Magnus, and the other being an ancient Nord ruin known as the Labyrinthian. Evidently, the magical signals emanating from these two artifacts are so strong that they're overpowering everything else, much to our new friend's frustration. This conversation will ensue.
So what is it? What have you done? Did you know what we were attempting? Are you here to make sure your plan worked? That our efforts have been for nothing? Well, explain yourself.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You show up here just as our work nears completion, and now I can't get any results from this because of something at your college. Do you think me a fool? Do you think I'm too stupid to make the connection? You've ruined my work! How did you do it?
I don't understand why you're so upset.
Just look! This should be lit up brighter than the night sky, and it's not! Clearly you've interfered somehow. Or, you have something at your college, don't you? Something immensely powerful, beyond anything I've anticipated. What is it?
You mean the Eye of Magnus?
The Eye of Magnus? Well, I suppose if that means what I think it does. Well, that's interesting.
Oh, real quick, let's pause right here. Note how up until this point in the quest, we haven't even mentioned the Eye of Magnus to this researcher. When we first meet him, we can bring up that we're looking for the staff, but I didn't even do that in this game. So, it's pretty revealing that when we bring up the orb in this conversation, Peritus seems to immediately have a sense of what we're talking about. That the name Eye of Magnus means anything to this guy is a pretty big deal. Perhaps in elite mage circles, rumors or concepts of an Eye of Magnus may have already had some currency. Anyway, back to our dialogue with the scholar. Can you help me find the Staff of Magnus or not?
Yes, the staff. Interesting. I can't explain the details. That would be giving away many secrets the Synod have learned over the years. Also, I doubt you'd be able to comprehend the details. Have you seen the Orrery in the Imperial City? It was the inspiration for this idea. Instead of projecting the sky, we project all of Tamriel, and then harness the latent energies to overlay the positions of... What's important is that all of this work was designed to reveal to us sources of great magical power. Purely to help safeguard the Empire, of course. And yet, in the end, only 2 locations have been revealed to us. One is your college. The other, well, that can only be Labyrinthian. So, mage from Winterhold, despite your intentions, I've beaten your little game. Even if all you've said here is lies, I know you have something in Winterhold the Synod Council will be very interested in. So fine, trudge off to Labyrinthian in search of your staff. I shall return to Cyrodiil and deliver my full report to the Council. This is not over, I assure you.
Our next steps are to return to Winterhold and report to the staff that we've identified a likely location for the, staff. But no sooner than when we arrive will we discover that the campus has been plunged into chaos. And Kano used the opportunity presented by our absence to act, and he is somehow tapping into the energies of the Eye for unclear, but obviously nefarious and destructive reasons. He's used a ward spell to barricade himself in the Hall of Attainment with the orb. Meanwhile, a number of magical anomalies, wisp-like entities, have been released from the Eye and are currently terrorizing the people of Winterhold. Savos and Mirabelle will order us to slay the strange creatures and save the townsfolk, while they try and figure out a way to deal with Incano. Magical anomalies are very bizarre, almost anomalous entities that don't appear outside of the College of Winterhold questline. As mentioned, they greatly resemble wisps. As a matter of fact, the spell they attack us with is the same ice bite spell that normal wisps and wraiths use, but there are some notable differences. For one, their appearance is somewhat unique. Wisps are kind of pointy at their fronts, whereas anomalies are more curved and irregular. They have a unique magic resistance multiplier, making any magical attacks against them 75% less effective. And when slain, anomalies will drop a random, filled soul gem, which may be something of a clue regarding their origins. Wisps and wraiths drop no such items. A look in the game files reveals that the magical anomalies have their own species classification, simply called the Essence of Magicka, which may be another clue. Nonetheless, once the town of Winterhold has been saved, we can proceed back to the college, where Archmage Savos and Mirabelle are able to dissolve the barrier Ancano used to barricade himself, only for the elf to produce a massive magical shockwave that renders everyone unconscious. When we come to, Mirabelle Irvine will track us down and inform the Dragonborn that Archmage Savos is dead, which technically makes her the new acting Archmage, but I digress. She will encourage us to hurry up and go find the Staff of Magnus to try and bring an end to this, and the following conversation will proceed.
What? Are you sure? The staff is there. That can't be a coincidence. The Archmage. He gave me something just a little while ago. He told me it was from Labyrinthian and that I would know what to do with it when the time came. I think he meant this for you then. I'm not sure why, but there was something very personal about it for him. I think you should take this amulet. It belonged to Savos, but I think it would do you the most good now. Take it and get out of here. Bring back that staff before Ancano brings the whole college down around us.
Mirabelle will then hand us the Torque of the Labyrinthian, basically a key that will allow us to enter the deeper layers of the dungeon. So, the late Archmage just so happened to have had some special connection to the very ruin where the Staff of Magnus is being stored. And before he died, he was sure to give the key to Mirabelle. Very interesting. Did Savos perhaps know something about the staff all this time? Now, much like Saarthal, the Labyrinthian actually occupies a pretty prominent place in Elder Scrolls lore, with a significance that predates the release of Skyrim, but the college questline doesn't really give us the full backstory. If we want that, we have to do our own research. The tale goes that, following Ysgramor's return and the subsequent Nordic conquest of Skyrim, the region functionally fell under the rule of dragons, who the Nords took to worshipping as gods. There are some hints that dragons may have accompanied the early Nords in their initial conquest of Skyrim, but that's neither here nor there. While the Dovas were happy to be hailed as the masters of mankind, they had little concern for the actual day-to-day minutiae of ruling. Tax collection, law enforcement, conscription, all that jazz. Thus, the dragons delegated much of Skyrim's actual administration to a small, elite class of human supporters, known as Dragon Priests, who ruled in their name and were as loyal to their masters as they were cruel to their subjects. This ancient Dova dominion over Skyrim is often called the Dragon Cult, and while largely forgotten and very mysterious, the site where the Labyrinthian now sits seems to have at one point been the Dragon Cult's capital, or at the very least, a major administrative center in their society, with the city being called Broomjanar, or Northern Polity. Following the collapse of the Dragon Cult, the old city lay abandoned, inhabited only by a few wild bears and frost trolls that have since wandered within its collapsing walls, and various Draugr that occupy its crypts. During the events of the Elder Scrolls I Arena, whose story revolves around the player, called the Eternal Champion's efforts to recover the 8 pieces of the Staff of Chaos, we would actually journey to the Labyrinthian to find one of said staff pieces. Thus, the college questline represents the second time in the franchise's history we're sent to the Labyrinthian to recover something staff-related. Anyway, upon our arrival at Broomjanar, we'll actually witness the spirit of the now dead Savos Aaron and a group of his fellow ghosts. None of them can be interacted with. It's almost like a recording of an event that transpired long ago. Take a listen.
Come on, we're finally here. Let's not waste any more time.
Are we truly sure this is a good idea?
We'll be back at the college before anyone even knows we're gone.
You would care about that, since you're the Archmage's favorite.
Don't forget, this whole idea was Atma's to begin with.
Let's just get inside, see what's in there.
Using the key given to us by Mirabelle, who herself got it from Savos, we can follow the spirits and enter the crypts with them. Now, to make a long story short, what follows is a pretty lengthy dungeon crawl, where we fight our way through legions of Draugr, skeletons, and even a skeletal dragon. As we progress through the structure, we'll occasionally get additional glimpses of the ghost of Savos and his fellow spirits, who were likely once facing very similar challenges to us, and we watch as their numbers and psychological strength break down. I'd like to play these spiritual encounters for you, because they'll become relevant later on.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Can you imagine the looks on their faces when we come back?
You keep talking like you're sure we'll find something useful in here.
Given the history of this place, it's more than likely there's still some amount of power here.
Enchanted weapons, tomes of ancient knowledge, Shalador's secrets themselves. Who knows what we could find?
And what if there are things guarding this place?
Against 6 college-trained mages? I think we'll be fine.
We have to go back. We can't leave Gerdwin.
We barely made it out alive.
What was that thing?
You want to go back in?
It's too late. There isn't enough of him left to go back in after.
Gods, what have we done?
We can't go back. Might as well go forward. We can still do this.
Savos is right. We can make it if we just stay alert.
Just another minute, please.
Come on! We can't stop now. We have to keep moving.
Where's Elvely? She was right behind me.
Dead. Something grabbed her from behind. Gone before I could do anything.
This is insanity. We never should have come here.
You're right. This is all my fault. Should we turn around, head back?
I don't think going back is a good idea.
Going back would be the end of all of us. We keep pushing forward and we'll make it. We will!
Come on, you can make it. Let's go. We shouldn't have left her there to die.
What else could we do? Stay there and die with her? She refused to go on. We didn't have a choice.
This is it, you know. Through this door. Can you feel it?
We're not going to make it, are we?
We stay together, no matter what. Agreed?
I'll be right with you.
Agreed. We all stay together.
Now, at the end of the dungeon, after witnessing that final ghostly encounter recording thing, we'll finally stumble upon the Staff of Magnus itself. It will be in the possession of a dragon priest named Morokai, who taunts the player. Morokai is trapped in a sort of magical ward box sealed by 2 spirits, which greatly resemble Hafnar and Atma from the ghostly group. We'll have to put the ghosts out of their misery, break the seal, and defeat Morokai once and for all in order to obtain the staff. Upon doing so and leaving, we'll get one more look at the ghost of Savos.
I'm sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. I had no choice. It was the only way to make sure that monster never escaped. I promise you, I'll never let this happen again. I'll seal this whole place away!
What seems to have happened is that many years ago, long before becoming Archmage, Savos came to the Labyrinthian with a group of students eager to explore and perhaps loot the old city for whatever magical artifacts they could find. Quickly, the group found out that it had bitten off more than it could chew, and one by one, its members were cut down, as the survivors hopelessly pressed further into the depths. Eventually, when their numbers had been reduced to just 3, Savos, Atma, and Hafnar, they entered the final chamber, encountering, likely awakening, the dragon priest Morokai. Unable to overpower the monstrosity and terrified that he would be released to wage havoc upon Tamriel, Savos betrayed Atma and Hafnar, sacrificing them to contain the dragon priest with ward spells, while he heroically ran away. This record of events is further confirmed when we take a look at some of this quest's unused dialogue files. You see, it seems when Bethesda was originally designing this quest and the dungeon, rather than watch these recording things of Savos and his group, we would straight up just encounter the Spiros of Savos personally, alone, who would interact with the player and walk us through the dungeon, narrating his own experience here long ago. Listen to these now cut lines of ghostly Savos dialogue.
I knew you'd come, eventually. It would seem I'm bound to this place. The bitter irony of it all. My greatest failure, and even in death, I can't escape it. I never meant for any of what happened here. Tried to seal it up, lock it away forever. But now it all comes out again. There were 6 of us, full of ambition, eager to conquer the world. Girduin died first. It happened so fast, none of us had a chance to react. Elvali died here. I don't even remember what killed her. One of the countless faceless horrors. I think she was glad in that final moment. There were only 3 of us left. Takes in Light just sat down and gave up. And we left her there to die. I've no idea what killed her, but I'm sure something did. I pushed them on, insisting it would be worse to try and go back. What happened after was my fault. All mine. We all knew this was the end. Without even opening the door, we knew what was behind it would kill us. No matter what, we stay together, Hafnar said. I looked him in the eyes and lied to him. I had no choice, don't you see? I had to leave them behind, had to sacrifice them so I could make it out alive. If we'd all died there, if we'd loosed the thing on the world, who knows what might have happened?
Now, it's unclear whether or not Morokai had the Staff of Magnus when Savos and friends first confronted him. It seems likely that the Dragon Priest did, given that the Archmage surrendered the Labyrinthian's key to Mirabelle just after he learned we were hunting for the staff. But recall how earlier, the book Tamrielic Lore from Morrowind mentioned that the Staff of Magnus sort of has a mind of its own and hops from owner to owner periodically. And remember, in Morrowind, we find the staff in the possession of a rather random Dark Elf necromancer. So the artifact likely only fell into the Dragon Priest's possession rather recently, within the last couple of centuries. Perhaps he obtained it from some poor soul who got lost in the dungeon. Whatever the case, now we finally have it, and boy, is this the Staff of Magnus. The device absorbs 20 points of magicka per second, and if an opponent is all out of magicka, it will siphon health instead. The staff is capped with an orb that looks suspiciously like the eye, but it's not a one-to-one parallel. There's no text on the staff sphere, and it's not as luminescent. But if you look closely, some of the same shapes and lines can be found engraved on it. Remember how earlier in this video, a big point of contention, something even the college itself called attention to, was whether or not the eye truly has anything to do with Magnus. The association of this staff with the orb seems to suggest that it really does. But we'll return to this thread later. As we make our way out of the Labyrinthian, the Dragonborn will be confronted by a Stromo, a Thalmor operative who, in true antagonist fashion, explains that he's been sent by Ankano to slay us and take the staff. Though, frankly, he doesn't have the stats to be talking to us so disrespectfully.
So, you made it out of there alive. Ankano was right. You are dangerous. I'm afraid I'll have to take that staff from you now. Ankano wants it kept safe. Oh, and he wants you dead. Nothing personal. I'm afraid you do. You're dead!
Now, we never really learn much about this Estromo character. He just approaches us at the end of the Labyrinthian, says 2 lines of dialogue, and then dies. But note how he says that Ankano wants the staff to be kept safe. Not that the elf necessarily wants to use it for himself. He just wants it away from meddling hands. He seems to know that the artifact is the only thing that can interrupt his plans for the orb. Now, this little insignificant encounter leads to another question, a sort of mystery within a mystery. Is Ankano operating with the full blessing of his Thalmor handlers? Or, in trying to usurp the power of the Eye, is he going rogue? That he was able to dispatch Estromo after us suggests that at least some members within the organization still respect his authority, or at least are in on the plot, but his behavior also seems a bit more reckless than what you would expect out of an officially sanctioned Dominion plan. Like, say Ankano figured out what the Eye was and submitted reports to the embassy in Hoffingar. It seems very unlikely that the leadership would say, "Oh, great news, now cause a giant scene that all of Skyrim will hear about as you try to single-handedly control its power." It just doesn't seem likely that they would assign him such an insane task alone. Rather, it seems much more probable that the High Elf saw an opportunity to make himself stronger and in a power-hungry excitement just decided to take it, with little regard for his chain of command. This theory may be supported by the game files themselves. You see, a look in the creation kit reveals that neither Ancano nor Estromo are actual members of the typical Thalmor faction that all other Dominion forces are assigned to. Rather, they belong to a unique faction ID, named Thalmor Splinter Faction. Now, it's possible Bethesda created this faction ID exclusively for utility purposes. Maybe they thought they needed a specific Thalmor ID associated with the Winterhold questline that they wanted to assign special properties to. But that name, Splinter Faction, seems pretty revealing anyway. At least on the back end, Bethesda was considering these operatives to be independent of the main organization. Furthermore, when we do a bit more digging, we discover that the Thalmor Splinter Faction actually has 3 characters assigned to it: Ancano, Estromo, and an unused NPC named Muril. It's entirely unclear what role this character, Muril, was meant to play. While he has no attached dialogue files, the character does have an AI package that directs him to idle in the College of Winterhold's Hall of Attainment. Thus, if you forcibly spawn him in with console commands, he'll actually just start walking to Winterhold. But that's all we know. Perhaps his inclusion would have shed more light on the mystery surrounding Ancano's motivations and the relationship of this Splinter faction with their superiors. But alas, it was never meant to be. Upon our return to the college, we'll find it in an even more chaotic state than when we left. Now, a magical barrier surrounds the entire campus rather than just the main hall, and we'll approach a confused Tolfdir and some college-goers outside, who inform us that Mirabelle Irvine has also passed away. Now leaderless, this ragtag group of students and teachers looks to us for guidance. We can use the staff to finally break open the magical barriers and storm the hall, where we'll meet Ancano for a final showdown. Take a listen to his brief, villainous monologue.
You think I don't know what you're up to? You think I can't destroy you? The power to unmake the world at my fingertips, and you think you can do anything about it?
The power to unmake the world. Remember that phrase, it will come in handy later. At this point, Ancano will paralyze any Winterhold staff that came in with us, and a boss fight will follow. It's pretty unique, and may reveal a bit about how the Eye operates. Ancano will use his magic to open up the orb. When it's open, he will be invincible, seemingly feeding off of its energies, and several magical anomalies will emerge from the Eye, which will attack both of you. We can use the staff to close the Eye, at which point Ancano will become vulnerable again until he's able to open it back up. And we just repeat this cycle until Ancano's all out of HP, which normally shouldn't take very long. He's not the strongest of bosses. Once the High Elf's been slain, a group of Psijics, including Nerian and Quaramir, will materialize, congratulating us on our victory and declare that they're taking the Eye with them for safekeeping, explaining that the mortal world is not yet ready for such a power.
The Eye has grown unstable. It cannot remain here, or else it may destroy your college and this world. It must be secured. Ancano's actions prove that the world is not ready for such a thing. We shall safeguard it, for now. You now have the opportunity to maintain your college and carry on with your lives. You have our gratitude, Archmage.
Now what's going on?
and with that, the College of Winterhold questline will be completed. With both Savos and Mirabelle now also dead, Tolfdir will come up to us and explain that we're in charge now. And that's the end of the College of Winterhold questline. Thus, the college's storyline leaves its biggest questions unanswered. What were the Psijics doing? What was Ancano trying to accomplish? And most importantly, what were the origins of the Eye? Thankfully, since Skyrim's original debut in 2011, later Elder Scrolls content has expanded upon this mystery in some pretty dramatic ways, and it's filled in a good deal of the gaps in our understanding. For starters, a few days after the official release of Skyrim, Bethesda published a fairly extensive book of the game's concept art for fans to flip through. This 200 or so page book has since proven itself an invaluable resource for understanding the thought process behind many of the key concepts, locations, and objects of the game. And lucky for us, the Eye of Magnus was given a feature. On page 160, we can see some concept art for both the Eye and the Staff. The first thing you'll notice is that in Bethesda's original vision for the artifacts, they were meant to glow green rather than blue. The second thing is the description beneath the subjects. Quote, "The Eye of Magnus was felt to have a similar origin to the Elder Scroll itself, a distant and mysterious object that possibly crashed like a meteor into the earth eons ago. Nobody knows how it got here, but one thing is for sure. It holds immeasurable power inside." Unquote. Possibly crashed like a meteor. A similar origin to the Elder Scroll itself. Hello? Meteorites have something of an increasing presence in Elder Scrolls lore and literature. These are fragments of matter that rain down upon Nirn from oblivion, or, more commonly, Aetherius. During the events of the Elder Scrolls IV, we learned that the Ayleids, the ancient elven inhabitants of Cyrodiil, made a habit of cutting and enchanting meteoric glass to create these things called Welkind stones, which they used to store large quantities of magicka and power portions of their cities, and as a sort of well for local mages to draw upon. Essentially, they turned them into magical batteries. Now quoting the text, "Ethereal Fragments," written by a Lady Cinnabar of Teneth, which is one of the few Elder Scrolls books that explicitly discuss the concept of meteorites in the lore. Quote, "Surely you have seen a shooting star. This occurs when a piece of Aetherius, spirit plane and source of magic, becomes dislodged and falls to Nirn. Two types of materials, meteoric iron and glass, may be found after such an event. The magical potential of both is extraordinary. In this text, I focus on the rarer meteoric glass, including its uses through history and its various manifestations. The Ayleids, the elves that ruled Cyrodiil until the early First Era, made extensive use of these sky stones. With their advanced understanding of the magical arts, they created blue Welkind and Varla stones to harness the power of starlight from Aetherius and store magicka, power enchanted items, or provide unending light. Some even held destruction spells as a type of automated defense." Unquote. So, assuming Skyrim's artbook description is accurate, which may very well be an overzealous assumption to make, we could presume that the Eye of Magnus fell from Aetherius as a shooting star in the eons before its discovery by the Nords. This could explain some of its magical properties, but even still, it's clearly unique even among astrological objects. This is no ordinary piece of meteoric glass, and I don't think meteors are often pre-engraved with mysterious languages. Clearly, there's still something very special about this orb. Given all that, if we're treating the Eye as a starborn object, this is a good moment to introduce one of the most popular, and frankly, I don't want to say well substantiated, but it's an idea that the developers have since played with a little, though I have my own strong reservations now. Enter Michael Kirkbride, a figure longtime fans of Elder Scrolls lore are probably a little too familiar with. Kirkbride began working on the Elder Scrolls as one of 3 lead writers for Redguard in 1998. Following the game's release, he became a major influence on Morrowind. Ken Rolston, the Elder Scrolls 3's lead designer, credits Kirkbride and fellow dev Kurt Coleman with shaping the game's story and setting, though Kirkbride left the company midway through production. Later, while no longer an official Bethesda employee, he was contracted to write the dialogue for Mankar Cameron, Oblivion's main antagonist, and several lore books for the title. He also, apparently, took part in early conversations regarding Skyrim's setting. Anyway, since leaving Bethesda, despite only occasionally doing contract work for the company, Kirkbride has made a habit of writing his own unofficial stories in the Elder Scrolls universe and publishing them on various sites and forums. Now, because these later texts are, well, unlicensed, they're clearly not canon, and really are just fanfiction. However, given his former position within the company, his writings often offer a developer's perspective on contentious lore issues, and they're interesting for that reason alone. Furthermore, as we'll soon see, Bethesda and ESO's developers, ZeniMax Online Studios, have, on several occasions, drawn from and canonized elements of Kirkbride's unlicensed work. They also often joke about and make fun of it. You can probably see where I'm going with this. On September 11th of 2011, exactly 2 months before the Elder Scrolls V's release, Kirkbride published a short story on the Bethesda forums, titled KINMUNE. Evidently, he wrote this text in honor of fellow Bethesda alumni Kurt Coleman's birthday, and it is one of the weirdest Elder Scrolls texts most of you will ever read. But it very much does concern Saarthal and the Eye of Magnus. It tells the tale of a robot from the future who ends up in Saarthal. I'm not kidding. It's only about 600 words, so we're gonna read the whole thing. I think that makes more sense than all of you just trusting my summary, but along the way, I'll be sure to pause here and there to provide some context. Alright, here we go. KINMUNE. Kinetically interlinked Nernian multi-user exoform started her existence as any other proxy synthetic of the 9th era orbital mining guilds. A limited sentience, deep pressure capable thought box, a dream sleevish shell used by remote mortal operators to run the rigs of Kinnereth's illicit breath trade. Able to stream several live-wire mortal proxies at once, KINMUNE was a top-of-the-line, hazardous conditions warp-runner exoform of an Aliadun hegemony nearing another unceremonious end. Alright, so breather right here. KINMUNE, as Kirkbride writes, is an acronym for some kind of robot or artificial intelligence doing deep space mining work in the 9th era. Mind you, Skyrim, the latest game setting-wise in the Elder Scrolls universe, is set in the early 4th era. So the KINMUNE story begins several thousand years after the events of any of the games, well into the future, where the once medieval-esque inhabitants of Nirn have gotten a firm grasp on deep space travel and celestial mining. This certainly sounds crazy, and well, let's be honest, it kinda is, but bear in mind, in our world, it only took humans about 5,000 years from writing on clay tablets to landing on the moon. And in a world of magic and Dwemer airships, such a progression isn't entirely unsensible. Alright, back to the story. Don't worry, we'll get to the Eye of Magnus soon. But then, the Hist-Jillian Wars spilled out of a Wheelian rip in the subsys slice of brain space, and things changed for KINMUNE. with the outer colonies separated from new Mundlebright, chronoculic sync net anchors, maintenance of space-time beyond the F shores faltered, as the barely there hissed-blink root ship armada fired an artillery barrage of 16th dimensional mathematics at their Jillian enemies. Impossipoint detonations stippled across the Ix egg and its clutch satellites like some garish Talosian hologram, only without the irony. KINMUNE's synthetic body, caught in one of the blasts, suddenly found itself in the Ysgrammorim, her mind an aggregate of the residual personalities of her last several users. Okay, this is probably the craziest part of the text, alright? Don't get discouraged. It relies on a lot of metaphysical niche lore about what Jills are and the Hist, but to put this paragraph in more layman terms, basically, while KINMUNE is doing her thing in the stars, an intercelestial conflict breaks out, and KINMUNE is caught in a blast, being thrust through space and time and arriving in the Ysgrammorim, or basically, arriving in Skyrim during the age of Ysgramor. The text continues. It drove her insane. She retreated into snow-covered forests her memory web could only recall from ancient histories, broadcasting distress calls in all the known languages of the Ninth Era. Most of this talk didn't even exist in the wheel we knew of then, but the clever men, heroes, and whalebone readers of that time could still feel her presence in the woods of the Western Reach. Some felt KINMUNE's distress call as a small tickle of in the throat, while others were guided by esoteric instinct. Over time, KINMUNE earned many names and titles, as her new visitors took their counsel. She was the Oracle Iridescent, spoken of in the green tablet steps of Junal. She was the Witch of the Wire and String, able to allow the sons and daughters to see through her eyes into the myriad secrets of post-Kalpika transmeditations. Perhaps most famously, she was KINMUNE, the doom of the dumb old giant, because for all the minds she let wear her body, none escaped in whole thereafter, even those with the blood of the Karstag. KINMUNE always took a portion of her proxy's power and mystery. Okay, so KINMUNE is thrust back into the age of Ysgramor and becomes something of a renowned oracle for the early Nords and their various mythical friends. She may have been allowing mortals to warg into her body and see through her eyes, kind of like Bran from Game of Thrones, given how the texts describe her allowing minds to wear her body, but this could also have been more metaphorical. However she was informing mortals, her services were not without a cost, though. She always takes a portion of her users' power and mystery to speak or see through her. Mortals would lose a piece of themselves when communing with KINMUNE. We're about halfway done. The text goes on. It was this last act that doomed her to becoming one of the arena's most feared villains. High King Ysgramor took the loss of the dumb old giant. This is apparently one of the characters KINMUNE siphons energy from, one of his greatest counselors outside of Torque and Talking Belt, with great anger, and sent his Thanes and shield-bearers against her, equipped with great relics and enchanted weapons of Wasabi. And though the fight was hard, the champions of the Altmora managed to seal KINMUNE beneath the always burnt borders of Saarthal, imprisoning her in its prismatic network of misunderstood Dwemercraft. So, the Nords respond unfavorably to the price KINMUNE charges for her insights. She apparently slays, or at least greatly reduces, one of Ysgramor's favorite companions, and so the Nords, while unable to destroy KINMUNE, seal her away in the depths of Saarthal. However, the story's not over. But KINMUNE was built to work in crushing, deep-pressure environments, and so she lay long under the Mund, plotting her revenge on the Ada issue. It was mortals that had fabricated her as an all-access puppet to plumb dark depths that their own weak shells could not in the Nine, and that now saw fit in the One and One to condemn her as a witch thing merely for attempting to become something more than a Meridoon marionette. KINMUNE soaked in the misunderstandistance of the Dwemer brass and cricket lines around her, converting it into a language her databanks could study and synthesize. As eras passed, it became a language that she could harness as Virulence Plus. Pause here again. This segment describes KINMUNE's time trapped in Saarthal, which seems to have lasted for a very, very long while, during which the AI robot thing sulks at its evident betrayal by mankind and plots something of a revenge against mortals. In the second paragraph, she converts the misunderstandistance of the Dwemer structure and machinery around her into a language called Varliance Plus that she can apparently harness. It's hard to decipher exactly what Kirkbride was imagining here, though we can get kinda close. Varliance in the Elder Scrolls is a term often used to denote magicka, especially in relation to the stars. As we discussed earlier, all magicka in the Elder Scrolls universe is said to flow from Aetherius through the sun and stars. So that's kind of redundant, but you get the idea. Varliance is a term often used to emphasize the cosmic origins of magic, and we see it used to describe the magic being held in Ayleid Welkin stones in Oblivion. However, KINMUNE is described as converting an interpretation of the Dwemer machinery around her into a language called Varliance Plus. Unclear what Kirkbride means here. Perhaps Varliance Plus was one of the languages KINMUNE was running on while doing her mining work in the Ninth Era. Perhaps it's that strange and unique script we saw scrawled all over the Eye. Or perhaps we're delving too deep into the ramblings of a madman. Let's continue. One last paragraph to go. It became a language that she could harness as Varliance Plus. She escaped the now-forgotten ruinings of Saarthal to seek a refuge from which she could exact her wrath, when her sense net picked up on multiple signals of new, raw, and unorthodox Thumanics. KINMUNE made straight for its nexus, the more or less newly bannered Kulakanian Sirid, still yet in its 10th anniversary remembrance of the insult of some wrong-headed cave totems." Unquote. And thus, Kirkbride describes KINMUNE's escape, and even seems to provide a time frame of when it occurred. Apparently her senses picked up Thums coming from the direction of a newly organized Kulakanian Cyrodiil. For those of you who don't know, Kulakane in the Elder Scrolls was a king of Falkreath in the late Second Era, to whom a young Tiber Septim, the future Talos, was a chief lieutenant. Together, Kulakane and Talos pacified the Reachmen north of Falkreath, and later launched an invasion and conquest of Cyrodiil to the south. During this invasion, Kulakane and Tiber Septim were initially opposed by the Nords of Skyrim, who were uneasy with Falkreath's growing power, but after witnessing the Thum of Tiber Septim, they voluntarily submitted in a battle a few miles south of Falkreath. Only a few days after the submission of the Nords, in the year 854 of the Second Era, the upstart King Kulakane captured the great center of Cyrodiil. Alas, only a few days after Cyrodiil was captured by this upstart kingdom of Falkreath, in the year 854 of the Second Era, King Kulakane was mysteriously murdered, and in his place, Talos, Tiber Septim, his great dragon-shouting general, took the throne and declared himself Emperor of Tamriel. Tiber Septim would subsequently go on to cement his title by conquering the remainder of Tamriel and ushering in an end of the Second Era and a beginning to the Third. Thus, when Kirkbride speaks of KINMUNE heading toward the direction of a newly bannered Koolakanian Sirad in search of Thumes, she's almost certainly heading towards Tiber Septim in 854 of the Second Era, just prior to the mysterious death of Koolakan himself, roughly 600 to 610 years prior to the events of Skyrim. The last sentence in Kirkbride's final paragraph is less clear to me, still yet in its 10th anniversary remembrance of the insult of some wrong-headed cave totems. Kirkbride often describes Nords as worshippers of cave totems, so he may be suggesting that this is 10 years after Cyrodiil insulted Skyrim in some way, but the exact episode here isn't obvious. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is the story of KINMUNE, a space mining AI thing from the 9th Era who was thrust back in time to the age of Ysgramor, where, after being condemned as a witch, she's sealed by the Nords in the city of Saarthal, only to escape thousands of years later at the end of the Second Era, and go on to do who knows what. While technically this text doesn't confirm an association between the Eye of Magnus and KINMUNE, Kirkbride has since repeatedly clarified that one exists. In a 2013 Reddit AMA, a user named Hersine1 asked the writer, straight up, was KINMUNE the Eye of Magnus as represented in Skyrim? To which the writer responded, "I'll just say, I'm a fan of that idea." Now, this is all obviously some crazy, non-canon, technical fanfiction, and I'm sure many of you noticed obvious contradictions and inconsistencies within the story we just read, and we'll discuss a few of those in a moment. But first, I want to emphasize something about this story's authorship. The tale was published by Kirkbride on the Bethesda forums, again on September 11th, 2011, 2 months before the release of Skyrim in honor of fellow writer Kurt Coleman's birthday. Do you remember how earlier in this video, when I started talking about Saarthal, I quoted that 1998 pocket guide to the Empire that shipped with copies of Redguard, which is the first mention of Saarthal ever in the lore? Well, that entire pocket guide was written by Michael Kirkbride and Kurt Coleman together. Thus, the entire original concept of Saarthal and the Elven Knight of Tears were created by these two devs, and now one of them is writing fan fiction about it in honor of the other. Hey, real quick, Nate from the future here. While I was editing this section of the video, I actually stumbled upon an old post from Kurt Coleman on the Bethesda forums, which straight up states that Kirkbride actually wrote the entire Skyrim section of the 1998 Pocket Guide to the Empire. Thus, the whole concept of Saarthal and the Knight of Tears is actually Kirkbride's creation, which adds even more weight to his KINMUNE fanfiction. Anyway, back to the video. The other thing to consider here is that by 2011, Kirkbride had been long gone from Bethesda, while Coleman would continue at the company all the way up until 2023. Michael formally left the studio during the development of Morrowind in 2000, and while he's done some later contract work writing books and dialogue for Oblivion, he doesn't seem to have been very involved in Skyrim's development. He claims to have been included and had a part in early conversations about the Elder Scrolls V story and setting, but his name appears in none of Skyrim's credits. So, we're left to wonder, just how much did this former writer know about Skyrim's College of Winterhold questline when he wrote KINMUNE? Again, this is 2 months before the game came out. Did he know that a mysterious artifact buried beneath Saarthal was going to play a major role in elements of the game's story? Was he already informed about the Eye of Magnus plot? Or was his writing just a giant coincidence? Or maybe he recalled earlier discussions within the company about what could be buried beneath the city before he left in 2000. All of these questions about the origin and development of the KINMUNE story remain unanswered, but they add another dimension to the integrity of the tale. You know, it would be one thing if Kirkbride played Skyrim along with everyone else after November of 2011, saw the Eye of Magnus and thought, oh, I'm gonna write a funny story about this with robots and space lasers. But he seems to have somehow anticipated that element well before he could have even played the game. Anyway, peculiarities behind the story's authorship notwithstanding, the KINMUNE text also seems to paint a picture of Saarthal that deviates from what we see in the games in a pretty major way. Principally, it describes the ruin as being laden with dwarven brass and machinations that were apparently used to trap KINMUNE, but make no appearance in the game itself. Indeed, KINMUNE paints a picture of Saarthal as almost being a dwarven ruin colonized and conquered by the Nords, whereas Skyrim suggests it's entirely of original Atmoran construction. I've always considered these two depictions of the Nord ruin as entirely impossible to reconcile. That was until I encountered a certain suggestion on the forums. One that I'm still not fully prepared to endorse, but would be remiss not to mention. Meet Septimus Cygnus. He's an insane, elderly Imperial scholar who can be found occupying a floating iceberg outpost on the far northern edges of Skyrim's map, just a short swim north of Winterhold. You see, Septimus has been living out here for the last several years after discovering a mysterious, dwarven vault box of some kind frozen within the ice, and he's dedicated his old age to trying to break inside. Alas, the project and isolation it's brought have clearly taken a toll on the old scholar's health, as by the time we encounter him, he's gone a little crazy. He speaks frantically, rambling and jumping from topic to topic with little coherence. The presence of skooma all over his workstation may be partially to blame. Anyway, while all his attempts to pry or break open this Dwemer cube have failed, Septimus has worked out that its locking mechanism will disengage if presented with dwarven blood. The obvious problem here is that the dwarves have all been gone for more than 1,000 years. He theorizes, however, that if the player could get him the blood of all living dwarven relatives, he could synthesize a mixture that could trick the lockbox into opening. He'll ask that we go get him the blood of pretty much every elven species in Skyrim and report back. He promises not to ask any questions about our methods. Beginning the quest, Discerning the Transmundane. Long story short, when we've completed our mission and reported back, Septimus's theory will be proven correct, and he will successfully trick the box into opening. And it'll be empty. Well, almost. The single item within the Dwemer structure will be the Ogma Infinium, an ancient tome of knowledge said to be an artifact of Hermaeus Mora, Daedric Prince of Knowledge. Septimus will be somewhat intrigued and start reading the book, only to suddenly disintegrate into a pile of ash, and with that, the quest will be completed. Okay, so cool story, but what does or could any of this have to do with Saarthal, you may ask? Well, while we find the Ogma Infinium within this dwarven box, the structure clearly wasn't originally built to hold the book. You see, the Infinium has appeared as an obtainable Daedric artifact in pretty much every single Elder Scrolls game, excluding Morrowind. The last time we saw it was during the events of Oblivion, where the Champion of Cyrodiil is given the book by Hermaeus Mora after helping the god with a series of tasks at his shrine. So, it follows that the Ogma Infinium was only placed in this box recently, sometime between the 200 years separating Oblivion and Skyrim, and thus it's very likely that this Dwemer Vault was originally built to harbor something else. It has been suggested by some within the community that the Dwemer safe could perfectly fit the Eye of Magnus inside. When I originally heard this idea, I rolled my eyes. The dimensions don't seem to make sense. I thought the eye was way too big. But in the name of a thorough investigation, I decided to open up Skyrim's creation kit and just see whether or not the eye would fit. Turns out, the Dwarven Vault is actually called a Dwemer repository in the game files. And, well, the Eye of Magnus really does fit perfectly inside. It is a perfect fit to roll into the repository's opening and fits quite well within the main structure. This is almost certainly a coincidence, but I do think the group of people pushing this theory have something of a point. The Dwemer repository at Septimus Cygnus' outpost almost certainly wasn't originally built to house the Ogma Infinium, and we should consider what its original contents were. Furthermore, what is a Dwarven Vault doing just stuck in an iceberg floating out in the middle of the Sea of Ghosts? Admittedly, so close to Winterhold and Saarthal. Where did it come from? How long has it been here? Could it have been cast from the Nord ruin upon KINMUNE's escape? Or are we overdue for a reality check? If you've got your own ideas on the origins and nature of this repository, I'd love to hear them down below. Even if not Saarthal related, methinks this object may be due for its own investigation sometime in the future. Nonetheless, however it fits into our inquiry, we're still not done with the story of KINMUNE and the Eye just yet. We'll return to Kirkbride's funny robot story in good time. For now, though, let's move away from Skyrim's initial release and the fan fiction that accompanied it, and take a look at the Dragonborn DLC, which gave us our next set of clues in this trail. Released in December of 2013, just a little over a year after Skyrim itself, Dragonborn was the game's third and final major expansion, sending players to the now ash-covered island of Solstheim in order to investigate the impending return of what some call the true Dragonborn. To make a long story short, during the events of the DLC, we learned that back in the days of Skyrim's dragon cult, a certain priest named Miraak, supposedly the first Dragonborn in recorded history, decided he was done taking orders, and attempted to overthrow the cult, taking power for himself. Well, at least that was the plan. Unfortunately for Miraak, his little rebellion went about as well as you would expect when you bite the hand, or in this case, the wing that feeds you. Facing a well-deserved and thoroughly humiliating death, he was saved at the last moment by Hermaeus Mora, our old Daedric Prince of Knowledge. Mora, ever the cosmic hoarder of forbidden trivia, saw potential in the ambitious upstart, and whisked him away to Apocrypha before Miraak could be killed. Alas, the Daedric Prince of Wisdom is not some wholesome master that wanted to help and tutor the first Dragonborn like an eldritch Mr. Miyagi. No, Mora brought Miraak to Apocrypha because he wanted a test subject and a political pawn. Thus, for the last few thousand years, Miraak's been a glorified lab rat in Mora's eldritch laboratory, which he's not allowed to leave. Hence, the Dragonborn expansion largely revolves around a test of wills between Miraak and his Daedric captor. The first Dragonborn has spent the last few millennia plotting his escape and has amassed a small network of followers, both in the Daedric realm and on Solstheim, who hope to usher his return to the mainland and once and for all allow the Dragon Priest to take Tamriel. Whereas Hermaeus Mora musters his Lovecraftian strength and seeks to forge an alliance of convenience with the player character to prevent his pet project from leaving. Anyway, cool story, but what exactly does any of this have to do with the Eye of Magnus? Well, for starters, when we visit Apocrypha during the events of this expansion, which we do several times in our quest to defeat Miraak, we'll find these banners dedicated to the Daedric Prince of Knowledge. And just look, they are decorated with the exact same kind of script that we found on the Eye of Magnus in Saarthal. What on earth? Not only that, but in the Dragonborn DLC, there are these things called black books that we can find in dungeons all over Solstheim. They're artifacts of Hermaeus Mora that many of the god's allies chose to be buried with. Anyway, when we find and read a black book, it will teleport us to a unique level of Apocrypha, basically a mini dungeon that we have to fight through, and at the end we'll get to pick a unique ability or power or whatever before we're sent back to Earth. And these black books too, these Hermaeus Mora artifacts, are all written and inscribed with the same Magnus script. What would the Daedric god of knowledge, fate, and secrets have to do with the Eye of Magnus? Well, at least at this point, it's unclear. Suffice it to say, neither Miraak nor the Daedric Prince have much to say about the College of Winterhold questline or the Eye. We'll have more to say about this strange situation in a bit, particularly when we get to discussing the Elder Scrolls Online and some of its revelations, but for now, we're going to have to leave this thread untied, because there's another, even more definitive contribution made by the Dragonborn expansion that I think is deserving of our time. The book, Azadol's Descent, is a new piece of literature introduced by the DLC. It can be found all over Solstheim and even parts of Skyrim once everything's been installed. It tells the tale of an ancient dragon priest from the city of Saarthal named Azadol, and, well, let's just read the text. Quote, "In the days beyond memory, when men first walked the lands of Skyrim, there arose, in the city of Saarthal, a great enchanter. As a boy, his gift for magic and artifice had been evident to his tutors. As a man, his skill surpassed them all, and finding nothing more to learn among his kin, he left his wife and child and set out to train under the elven masters. A year became 2, then 3, and when finally his path led him back to Saarthal, he found only ruins. For the elves had sacked the city, and all that lived there were dead or gone. Amid the ashes and the smoldering ruins of his home, he swore a terrible oath of vengeance. And from that comes the name the legends give him, Azadol, the embittered destroyer. Alone, he could do nothing, and so he bided his time, delving deeper into his art than any before him. From the Dwemer, he learned the 7 natures of metal and how to harmonize them. From the Aelids, the ancient runes and dawn magic, even the elves had begun to forget. Among the Falmer and Chimer and Altmer he traveled, taking what he could from each, and all the while plotting how he might turn that knowledge against them. Finally, word reached him of Ysgramor and his companions newly arrived from Atmora. For 3 days and nights, he rode north and met them as they made landfall on the icy coasts near Saarthal, which the elves had fortified against them. Quick pause right here, that this text suggests the elves fortified the icy northern coasts of Skyrim against the Nords does imply that they were anticipating a counterattack. Just interesting. Anyway, he offered the companions his service, and all he had produced in his years of labor, and with that Morin steel imbued with his enchantments, the elves fell before them. At last, he had his revenge. But he was not content. His craft had become his life, and his hunger for knowledge still gnawed at him, driving him to delve ever deeper. At long last, he had exhausted the lore of the elves, but it was not enough. He sought the secrets of dragon runes and won for himself a seat among their high priests, but it was not enough. And at length, he turned his gaze to the plains of oblivion, and there found both power and madness. Some say he ventured there never to return. Others that he was betrayed by his fellow dragon priests and killed, or driven into hiding in the ruins beneath his beloved Saarthal. Among the Skald of Solstheim, it is said that he fled to their island and was sealed in the depths of Kolbjorn Barrow together with the last of his relics. But that is the tale as it was told among the bards of Winterhold. Whatever the truth, the legend of Azadol was intended as a warning. In pursuit of perfection, one must take care that the pursuit itself does not become all-consuming. Unquote. Alas, on Solstheim, just a short way southeast of Raven Rock, the region's only major city and port, we can find Kolbjorn Barrow, the place the Skull claim Azadol was sealed. Now, accessing the ruin itself is a bit of a process. We'll have to work with a Dunmer excavator named Rallus Sedaris in order to help us clear the ash. We basically have to pay the Dark Elf to hire some laborers to dig, and then occasionally come back and help clear the site of the Draugr that crawl out of the ruin, but when all's said and done, we can eventually enter Kolbjorn. And by and large, it's a typical ancient Nord ruin, without much going on. We can find various unique artifacts of Azadol scattered around the site. These are pieces of ancient Nord armor with special enchantments. Some of them are pretty cool. There are some boots that let you walk on water that are pretty popular, but the ruin itself is nothing to write home about. Or at least, the first few parts of it aren't. You see, the final chamber of Kolbjorn is a bit more interesting. This is where we'll encounter the Dragon Priest personally and engage in a brief boss battle with Azadol, and take a look around. This is the same type of room we found back in Saarthal, with all those coffins stacked up and down. It's the same kind of design. As far as I'm aware, Kolbjorn Barrow is the only other location in Skyrim, besides Saarthal, that features one of these strange Nord burial pits. I think Bethesda did this on purpose. They wanted to remind us of Azadol's connection to Saarthal. Remember, in the similar room we encountered in that ruin, Tolfdir made a point of saying that he'd never seen anything like this before. Clearly, it's a unique kind of structure. Also in the ruin, the Dragonborn can find an effigy to Hermaeus Mora and another one of those black books we talked about a moment ago, suggesting that in his final years, Azadol turned to worship of the Daedric Prince of Knowledge. Quite fitting. Remember, the book Azadol's Descent mentioned that the priest fell out of favor with the dragon cult after shifting his gaze to oblivion. It would seem that, like Miraak, our old friend in Kolbjorn spent his later years under the sway of the Prince of Secrets. Could Azadol be the missing link between the strange text we found all over the Eye of Magnus and the same script used in Apocrypha? The game goes out of its way to remind us of this once great ancient Nord enchanter's connection to Saarthal, how he once lived there and how he apparently modeled his own tomb after it. Could it be that he also had access to the Eye of Magnus, which was right there? Perhaps sometime after he fell under the sway of the Daedra, and after Saarthal had been retaken, Azadol returned to the Eye and decorated it with the written language of his master from Oblivion. Or, inversely, maybe these strange symbols were already on the Eye when the Nords found it, and Azadol taught this language to Mora. Whatever the order, Bethesda seems to obviously be teasing an association between Azadol, the Eye, and Hermaeus Mora. But, sadly, this is where our apocryphal Dragonborn DLC case begins to run cold. The expansion offers pretty much no further elaboration here, though we will eventually get an opportunity to return to this subject in a future ESO update. But that's more than 10 years away. For now, let's continue with the chronological order of Elder Scrolls content, and move on. About 2.5 years following the release of Skyrim, and Kirkbride's funny little fanfiction, the Elder Scrolls Online debuted, an MMORPG set in the Elder Scrolls universe in the year 582 of the Second Era, roughly 1,000 years before the events of Skyrim, amidst a period of history known as the Interregnum. During this time period, Tamriel's political economy was uniquely chaotic. The Second Cyrodiilic Empire, which once dominated the continent, had just collapsed, and it would be another 300 years before Tiber Septim, or Talos, would go on to put the pieces back together and found the Third Cyrodiilic Empire, which is the one we encounter in Oblivion, and the one that the Empire in Skyrim at least claims to be. ESO's story would revolve around a jockey for power between three major factions that emerged out of the ashes of the last empire, all competing to fill the power vacuum in their own image. This is why we call the time period the interregnum between the two empires, or kingdoms. One of these new factions was the First Aldmeri Dominion, not to be confused with the Third Aldmeri Dominion that we later confront during the Elder Scrolls V. The First Aldmeri Dominion was a much less evil confederacy between the Somerset Isles, Valenwood, and Elsweyr, led by a Queen Irene of Alinor. As far as I'm aware, Irene was an entirely new character created for ESO and introduced with the game. It's possible I'm missing something and she may have been vaguely referenced in some ancient Morrowind or Skyrim text, but ESO would certainly be the first game to truly flesh out Irene and her kingdom's lore. Unlike their eventual successors in the Third Aldmeri Dominion and the Thalmor in the Fourth Era, this version of the state was much less openly hateful of humans. Its main motivation for challenging the other factions, according to Irene, isn't to dominate and oppress mankind, but it's to prevent mankind from dominating and oppressing them. The elves fear that humanity is too reckless and foolhardy to be trusted with an empire again, but they're still far from the point of trying to take away religious freedom or enslave mankind like their later namesakes would. Anyway, a few months before the release of ESO, in late 2013, which, this is before anyone had gotten to play it, but by this point the game's marketing material and its blog posts filled us in on much of the basic premise, Michael Kirkbride went back and decided to re-release his old KINMUNE story, changing the final paragraphs to essentially say that KINMUNE, rather than seek out Talos at the beginning of the Third Era, instead went on to become Queen Irene, the leader of the Aldmeri Dominion. It's otherwise the exact same story. Ninth Era mining robot thing gets knocked back in time to the days of Ysgramor, gets trapped in Saarthal, and then escapes. But the final paragraph has been changed. Originally, this final paragraph talks about her escaping the ruins of Saarthal and then heading towards a thaumatic sensation she detects near a newly bannered Kulakanian Cyrodiil. However, now this paragraph reads, quote, "She escaped the now forgotten ruinings of Saarthal to seek refuge from which she could exact her wrath. When her sense net picked up on multiple signals of new, raw, and unorthodox thumatics, KINMUNE made straight for its nexus. The more or less newly bannered, contested Sirod, still yet in its infant remembrance of factions made now by wrong-headed cave totems. Anon, Anu, Anuel, Queen Irene, Dominion Queen, Aldmeri Interregnum. She has many names. Queen Irene, Oracle Iridescent, the Witch of the Wire and String, the Doom of the Dumb Old Giant, the Irene Arena Aldmeri. If you should approach Queen Irene, address her as none of these. Address her as Your Majesty KINMUNE, and record what happens." Unquote. Thus, Kirkbride contends that his KINMUNE robot went on to become the leader of the Aldmeri Dominion, who's simply adopted a persona. Now, this is objectively a ridiculous contention, but for better or worse, since ESO's official release about 9 months after Kirkbride's retcon of his original story, the developers have clearly played around with his work. For one, in the game, we learn that Queen Irene, while the heir apparent to the Somerset Isles at age 18, mysteriously disappeared from her palace and went missing for around 7 years, only to suddenly re-emerge upon the death of her father when she could formally be crowned as queen. Now quoting the text, The Unforeseen Queen, written by Headmaster Tanian, which lays out the basic beats of Iren's mysterious disappearance and her subsequent unexpected return. Quote, Princess Iren was born on the 5th of Second Seed in the year 555 of the Second Era. It was foretold that Princess Iren would reflect the restless and turbulent times in which she was born, and so it came to pass. Nimble and quick-witted, she was quick to master the lessons of her tutors, and from an early age often adopted unorthodox approaches to schoolwork. In fact, she sometimes became so engrossed in her independent studies that her whereabouts were unknown for days at a time. She would often return from these field trips with unusual knowledge and display remarkable new skills. One day, an evening star of the year 573, the entire royal family of Alinor gathered at the Crystal Tower to celebrate Iren's matriculation at the Sapiarch's Labyrinth. But Iren didn't arrive. Somewhere between the palace and tower, the princess disappeared. And despite a 17th degree inquiry by the Justiciars, she was nowhere to be found. The Sapiarchs, however, reported that the night of her disappearance was filled with signs and portents. The constellation of the Lady seeming to ride the constellation of the Steed. The great orrery spun backward, and a young eaglet was found atop the statue of Topal the Explorer. In due course, Prince Naemon, Iren's eldest brother, was named heir to the throne of Alinor, and in 575, he matriculated into the Labyrinth. Naemon, like his father, was a natural Sarian monarch who seemed to have a genuine relish for the rights and duties ordained by tradition for the heir. Indeed, when King Hidilith ascended to Aetherius in the year 580, that means he died, Prince Naemon immediately began preparing to speak the 88-day coronation liturgy that would elevate him to the throne in his father's place. Then, on a day unheralded, the unforeseen occurred. Word came from Port Valen on the continent that Princess Iren was on her way to Auradon by swanship. In wonder and haste, the court of Alinor took itself to Firsthold to greet her, arriving just in time to welcome her unexpected return. Princess Iren announced that she was prepared as the eldest heir to assume the throne of Alinor, and the High Justiciar affirmed that such was, indeed, her right. She was crowned Queen Iren on the 7th of Frostfall in the year 580. Unquote. And I'm sure Naemon loved that. So, while Queen Iren's birth is well documented, she mysteriously vanished for roughly 7 years before suddenly reappearing upon the death of the king to claim the throne, and upon the collapse of Rieman's empire to start picking up the pieces. Thus, the theory posited by Kirkbride fans is that the Queen Iren who we encounter during ESO is fundamentally an imposter. It's KINMUNE wearing the skin of the true Iren who went missing back in 573. Once again, this is a crazy idea, but it's one with a little more substance than you would expect. And again, it's very much one that the devs like joking around with. Furthermore, entertaining this idea will, incidentally, lead us to relevant Eye of Magnus threads anyway. So, it's worth a look. For one, remember, Kirkbride published his revised version of the story in October of 2013, 6 months before the release of ESO. Now, by that time, from the game's marketing material, we already knew that Queen Iren would be leading the Old Merry Dominion and whatnot, but Kirkbride would not have had a way of knowing about Queen Iren's 7-year disappearance, which the lore wouldn't touch upon until the game itself. Once again, this could be a coincidence, or perhaps Kirkbride already had some vague insider information about the character that the public wasn't privy to. Furthermore, and this is kind of funny, beneath the Imperial City in ESO, within the Daggerfall Covenant's headquarters, we can encounter a somewhat conspiratorially minded Red Guard named Karifa al-Tahud, who, when approached, will briefly assault the player with a variety of crazy theories. One of Karifa's ramblings is this.
Queen Irene is a miniature dwarven centurion from the next era. Everybody knows it.
This clearly seems to be a nod by the devs to Kirkbride's own out-there theory about the Queen. But the connections to the Eye of Magnus get a bit more serious as we continue investigating Her Majesty. Should the player choose to side with the Aldmeri Dominion during the events of ESO's faction struggle story, we'll actually get to meet the Queen herself. Indeed, the Dominion's regional plotlines largely revolve around our efforts to help Her Majesty cement her relatively new reign, winning the support of various allies and helping her stave off plots from disloyal nobles. That sort of thing. Obviously, during this campaign, we get up close and personal with Irene, getting literal hours worth of dialogue out of her, and suffice it to say, there's little to indicate that she's a 9th era artificial intelligence. She's bright and level-headed, though full of emotion, passion, and ambition. Nothing about her dialogue comes across as robotic or even suspicious at all, though I will admit, and I think longtime ESO fans will agree with me here, there are moments when she seems like almost too good of a queen. Irene is kind, caring, thoughtful. She wants power, yes, but she wants to rule for all the right reasons, to improve the safety and welfare of the people. It's almost a paternalistic sort of ambition. She is insanely magnanimous. Whenever she's betrayed or slighted, she always handles it with grace, treating defeated traitors with respect and promising they'll be given trials by jury. There's even this moment, which we'll actually look at in a bit, when one of her very close relatives, her brother actually, tries to backstab her. And after defeating the plot and slaying that relative, Irene insists on giving him a state funeral and not disgracing his memory. You know, all the other faction leaders in this game, while they may be good people on the net, are all still obviously flawed. They're reckless, greedy, maybe petty or thirsty for power, maybe they have a dark past or a hidden secret. But Irene is truly an almost perfect bastion of virtue. I will admit, replaying the Dominion questline for this video did leave me with the impression that this queen was made in a laboratory for this job. Perhaps a 9th era celestial laboratory. Anyway, that's just an observation of mine. Take it or leave it. Let's move on to something more tangible. Something very relevant to our Magnus investigation, and related to Irene. Whether or not you buy the whole KINMUNE thing. In the Grotwood section of the Dominion story, as we're trying to shore up support for Her Highness's reign amongst the Bosmer of Valenwood, it will be suggested that the Queen take part in a certain ceremony at the Orrery of Eldenroot. The Orrery of Eldenroot is a mechanical device in an old Ayleid ruin buried beneath Eldenroot, the administrative capital of Valenwood, which is a giant tree. The subterranean device consists of a very familiar-looking core orb constantly being orbited by 4 smaller spheres. This machine seems to be depicting the Mundus, with Nirn, represented by that Eye of Magnus-looking thing being at the center, circled by a variety of celestial bodies. Though, as we'll discuss in a bit, some planets are missing. Anyway, as we learn during the story, the Wood Elves of Valenwood attach a special significance to this orrery, for they believe that it has the power to name and legitimize the Emperor of Tamriel. Hence, Irene supporters want her to go before the orrery and, hopefully, have it affirm her claim to the throne, which would greatly legitimize her to the Bosmer. But there are a few problems. For one, while the orrery is always technically spinning thanks to its physics, it hasn't actually been powered or used in over 1,000 years, according to Valenwood NPCs. And it requires all these artifacts that are currently scattered around Valenwood in order to start up. Furthermore, because it's been so long since anyone's seen the orrery actually work, no one's quite sure what it does or how it's supposed to grant Irene legitimacy. The hope is that we just bring her before the device in a procession and something good will happen, but there are some serious concerns among the Queen's more risk-averse friends that this is a bad idea. Whatever the case, we'll be tasked with running around the map, collecting the artifacts required to fire up the familiar-looking orrery, and then escorting the Queen and her entourage before it in order to initiate this mysterious royal ceremony. Once that's all done, once the Queen's there and the artifacts are gathered, to make a long story short, we fire up the device, ceremony attendees are visually surprised to see that the ritual is actually working, and it becomes clear that the orrery wants Irene to step inside of it in order to be judged. But just as she's getting ready to do so, her brother Naemon, who's always been jealous of being passed over for the throne, pushes her aside and rushes in for himself, apparently hoping to steal the Queen's ceremony, and therefore her legitimacy. And, well, just watch what happens.
And now the Ayleid death trap will tell us if we have an emperor in our midst. Truly a momentous day.
Naemon, now is not the time.
Irene, there's always time to protect you from yourself. For how could I let you risk your life in this contraption without testing it first, dear sister?
When you wear Rotchin's mantle, you'll never be held in place.
It's incredible! I can see the white gold tower!
No! What's happening to me? Ah! No! You tricked me, sister! Vermin! All of you! I'll kill you all!
After slaying Naemon in ogre form, we are told that the orrery has the power to reveal one's true self. With Naemon now taken care of, Irene will finally step inside, and is apparently judged favorably, leaving intact just a couple moments later, and with that, the ceremony is completed, and the Bosmer seems satisfied that the orrery has declared Irene a legitimate queen, completing the quest.
What? No, Why would Naemon do this? I made him a part of what we were building. Tried to show him this is about more than just our people. I would have all of Tamriel be our people. What the legend says. It revealed the person within. As it will do to me. Do you think I have a choice in this? I will enter the orrery as I swore to the people of the Aldmeri Dominion. I must learn whether I'm fit to lead them. And if I'm not... I'm myself, aren't I? A dominion of peace. The fair and just rule of Tamriel, beneath an Aldmeri banner. A future I hope to build. And you, standing at my side. Come, help me build the future.
Okay, so what in Oblivion was all that about? What does this orrery represent? Who built it? And most importantly, why does its core look so similar to the Eye of Magnus? Well, let's start with that last question and work backwards. While initially there was some debate within the community whether or not the similar appearance was intentional by the developers, this was quelled in 2016, when ESO's official artbook, containing much of the game's concept art, was released, which featured some of the orrery's early designs where the following note could be read, quote, The central part is similar in look to the Eye of Magnus from Skyrim, but the main dishes rotate counter to each other as part of the effect." Unquote. Also, a little hard to read, in another image describing the mechanics of the orrery, the art describes the orb directly as the central eye. Furthermore, while much smaller than what we encounter in Saarthal, the core of the orrery does clearly feature many of the same designs, most notably that circle in the middle of a rotating wave. Consequently, we can be sure that the orrery was inspired in design by the Eye of Magnus. And as we'll soon see, I think the connections go a bit deeper than that. Next, we have to ask what this orrery seeks to represent. In our world, the Webster's Dictionary defines an orrery as, quote, "an apparatus showing the relative positions and motions of bodies in the solar system by spheres moving by a clockwork," unquote. Now, of course, in the real world, our solar system revolves around a star, our sun. However, the Mundus of the Elder Scrolls actually revolves around Nirn. So one can presume that this sphere at the core is meant to represent Nirn. This is further supported by what appear to be two moons we can see circling the orrery, with the smaller moon orbiting the larger, a clear representation of Masser and Secunda, Nirn's well-known moons. Strangely, however, in the orrery's representation, aside from the moons, there are only 2 planets depicted, which is odd because we know for a fact that there are actually 8 planets orbiting Nirn in the Mundus, 1 for each of the 8 divines. Recall how earlier in Kirkbride's story about KINMUNE, the robot originally began its existence mining the rings around the planet Kinnereth. So, if there's 8 planets orbiting Nirn in the Mundus, why would this orrery only represent 2? And which 2 planets are these? Well, we can answer the latter of those questions pretty confidently, though the former is a bit harder. You see, beneath the Arcane University in Cyrodiil, which, at least by the Third Era, was a college for the Mages Guild, lies a massive dwarven orrery modeling the entire known Mundus, including Nirn, its moons, and all 8 of her planets. By the time the events of the Elder Scrolls IV have kicked off, the orrery has been broken down and non-operational for quite some time. Thus, in Oblivion, the Arcane University would offer players a short series of quests to go recover a number of dwarven parts to repair the device and bring it back online. The quest was appropriately called Repairing the Orrery. Once restored, the machine would come alive, and the planets would begin properly orbiting Nirn. Now, TES 4 never tells us which planet is which. It's not like their names are painted on them, but in the game files we can see that each of these planets is actually labeled, and the positions of the planets Kinnereth and Akatosh here in Oblivion's orrery seem to line up very well with the 2 planets orbiting Nirn in Eldenroot. It is worth noting that there's some debate as to what a giant dwarven orrery is doing beneath the Arcane University in Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil, as we'll discuss more, was originally built by the Aelids, not the Dwemer. Some players have suggested that the Empire may have scavenged and imported the orrery from a far-off dwarven ruin somewhere in the mountains, but it's ultimately unclear. Regardless, Oblivion's orrery seems to suggest that in Eldenroot, Nirn is being orbited by Kyne and Akatosh. Akatosh being associated with both dominion over time and the legitimacy of imperial rule. This planet's presence makes sense in a sort of legitimizing orrery. However, Kinnereth's sphere primarily concerns rain, the wind, nature, and Thumes, so it's unclear why her planet was so particularly present. Either way, we can be just about sure that the giant Eye of Magnus-shaped orb at the center of this orrery is being used to represent Nirn, the planet itself, which is obviously interesting. Alright, now real quick, pause once more. You may have noticed that in both the concept art and in the actual game itself, the orrery's eye is imbued with text running along its frame, just like the Eye of Magnus from Skyrim was. In the concept art, the script written on the orb is clearly Daedric, which makes some sense. We know that the Ayleids were often Daedra worshippers. However, so far, efforts to translate the concept art on both my and the community's end have ended in failure. It's possible the artist here just wrote a bunch of gibberish, or perhaps we're missing something. If you'd like to take a crack at it, I urge you to pause the video now and do your best with the Daedric transliteration key on screen. Leave a comment if you find anything, I'll be sure to boost it. However, our luck with the in-game asset itself has been a bit better. You see, in-game, the script on the orb is not Daedric, but rather appears to be Old Ayleidun, the language of the ancient Ayleids, the Heartland Elves which once occupied Cyrodiil. For reasons we'll explain shortly, this actually makes really good sense. Now, the text is very difficult to see. ESO's not like Skyrim, where we can just pause the game and free cam zoom everywhere. However, I was able to pull the orrery texture from the game files and scale up the exposure to produce a much more legible visual for us to work with. The Ayleid language is difficult. We only have a couple examples of it ever, mostly coming from the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, and we don't even have a full list of the alphabet's characters. Though, thankfully, it shares similarities with more well-known Elven scripts like Dwemer, which help fill in the gaps. A user on Reddit by the name of HappyB3 was able to look at this texture file and produce a translation that I think nails it. The text appears to repeat the phrase, Tel Kala Sil, over and over again on loop. This is interesting, because in the old Elven languages, Tel roughly translates to tower, and Alasil means vision. So the words written on the orrery essentially read tower vision, tower vision, tower vision, over and over again. Or maybe it means to say vision tower, you get the idea. Alternatively, the Elven prefix al typically means glorious or great, and sil can sometimes mean sun. So it could also be saying great sun tower, great sun tower. At first glance, this may all sound like a whole bunch of nonsense, but believe it or not, this all makes a lot of actual sense when you consider the significance of the word tower in the Elder Scrolls lore, and moreover, the location of this orrery, which, as we'll get into shortly, is built beneath a great Tamrielic tower. We're getting into pretty deep metaphysical Elder Scrolls topics here, but I think the payoff is worth it. You see, tower lore, as it's become known, is among the more complicated and abstruse topics in the universe. It's always been there in the background, playing a major role in the deeper universe's cosmology throughout the games, but much of what we know about the towers come from out-of-game sources, developer writings, cut content, that sort of thing. As it happens, towers are these structures, peppered throughout Tamriel, some of which are natural, others crafted by sentient peoples, that each possess a unique metaphysical significance. They are said to hold the Orbis together, and anchor the mortal realm to Oblivion and Aetherius. Once again, picture reality, the universe as a wheel. Mundus is the hub, Aetherius is the rim, and Oblivion is what's in between. Well, the towers are symbolized by the spokes of the wheel, holding its form together, anchoring the realms to one another. To quote Atribus Mead, one of the protagonists of Gregory Keyes' Elder Scrolls novels, "They keep the Mundus, the world, from dissolving back into Oblivion." Or something like that. Anyway, everyone seems to agree they have power, but no one knows exactly what kind. Unquote. If this explanation still feels somewhat confusing, don't worry, everyone feels this way about tower lore. Apparently, even including some of the developers. It's a pretty deep subject. There are at least 8 major towers in Elder Scrolls lore, sometimes called the 8 spokes of the wheel. Some sources suggest there are even more, less important towers. There are some deactivated ones, but 8 is the number that gets bounced around the most in ESO, which is our most up-to-date source. Those towers are the Adamantine Tower, thought to be the first tower and first structure ever created on Nirn, located in what is today an island off the coast of High Rock. Red Mountain. This is where, according to legend and the events of Morrowind, the heart of the god Lorkhan crashed down after it was ripped out by the remaining Aedra. White Gold Tower. This was built in Cyrodiil by the Aelids, designed to mimic the Adamantine Tower. More on this one later. Walk Brass. This was a giant god made of brass, built by the Dwemer shortly before their disappearance, and later commandeered by Tiber Septim during his conquest of Tamriel. This goes to show you just how the towers can be more than entirely static physical structures in the most literal sense. Crystal Tower was built on the Somerset Isles by some of the earliest High Elves, perhaps the Aldmer, in honor of the ancient elven race Almer are thought to descend from. And number 7, there is the Snow Throat, or Skyrim's Throat of the World, mountain. Much like Red Mountain, this wasn't built intentionally by mortal hands, but is more of a geological emergence. Note that a good deal of the community believes that the Snow Throat Tower isn't just the throat of the world, but rather the entire province of Skyrim as a whole. I personally think it's literally the mountain. Note how at the end of the game, when we're ready to leave Sovngarde, the gods shout us specifically back to the summit of the throat of the world. I think there's a special divine magical significance here, but this is all a debate for a different video. And finally, the 8th major tower of particular relevance to us is called Greensap. Greensap supposedly belongs to the Bosmer of Valenwood. It was not built or found by them like many of the other structures. Rather, the Wood Elves are said to have grown Greensap from a perchance acorn. The tower is represented by the various grot oaks, the giant trees scattered around the region. Indeed, these plants are collectively thought to represent the Greensap, as it's called, and wouldn't you know, the orrery is located beneath the grot oak city of Eldenroot. Not only that, but the lore states that Eldenroot is more than just a grot oak, it's an Elden tree. That is to say, it was supposedly one of the first great trees grown by the Bosmer, which represent the Tower of Greensap. Again, we're dealing with a very complicated dimension of the lore, but I think now we can start to get a sense of why that phrase, Tower Vision, is scrawled all over the orrery. It's located beneath one of the great Tamrielic towers, and apparently, if Naemon and Iren's dialogue is anything to go off of, the orrery gives people visions when they enter it. Okay, so we now have an idea as to why those words are engraved on the orb, but this doesn't at all explain who built this device, or why it looks so similar to the Eye of Magnus. For those answers, we have to dig even deeper. While located in Valenwood, beneath a Bosmer holy site of all places, the orrery itself was clearly not built by Wood Elves. Rather, the language on the orb, its marble structure, and the abundance of Welkin stones all over the place betray that this is actually an Aeliid ruin. The Aelids were one of the earliest distinct Mer races to emerge on Tamriel following its colonization by Elvenkind in the distant Merethic era. They came to dominate the region we now know as Cyrodiil, and as a result were often referred to as the Heartland Elves. Aeliid civilization, as far as we can tell, seems to have been somewhat decentralized, consisting of a network of mostly independent city-states and petty kingdoms. There are some references in the lore to an early Aeliid empire, but this seems to just be a blanket term for Aeliid civilization itself. Whatever the case, Heartland Elven society distinguished itself from its peers in two principal ways. The first was a willingness to embrace and worship even the most wicked of Daedra. Ayleid cities commonly made pacts with the likes of Molag Bal, Prince of Domination, Nymera, Lord of Darkness, you get the idea, and they would go so far as to offer human, and even elven sacrifices to these beings in exchange for support. Note that not every Ayleid kingdom was aligned with the more evil Daedra, but it was common enough among their civilization to be a defining feature. This is likely why, in the concept art, the Orrery is inscribed with the Daedric language. The second big focal point of Ayleid society is that it was built on the back of human slavery. The Heartland Elves were huge slave drivers, and especially cruel masters. Their demands were backbreaking and unceasing. When a slave could finally do no more work, it is said that they were simply carted off to be sacrificed to one of the elves' more twisted Daedric partners. Now, you might be thinking, hey, wait a minute, didn't humans only arrive on Tamriel towards the end of the Merethic era in the days of Ysgramor? How could the Ayleids have built a society with human slavery when there were no humans on the continent yet? Well, that is something of a million septim question. Some books do mention Ayleid slave raids deep into Skyrim towards the end of the Merethic era, but there are some subtle suggestions in the lore that Tamriel may have at one point had a population of humans that greatly predated the arrival of Ysgramor, though that's above this video's pay grade. Anyway, one of the great works the Ayleids had their human slaves erect for them was the White Gold Tower of Cyrodiil. Like the Green Sap, this is one of the major Tamrielic towers that anchors and links Nirn with Aetherius. The Ayleids modeled the structure of this on the original Adamantine Tower in High Rock. The exact material the tower was crafted out of is interesting. It looks like marble, but is apparently much more than that. In ESO, we can acquire these things called Telvar stones, which are said to be flakes and pieces of the White Gold Tower, and we learn that these bits and pieces are heavily imbued with ethereal magic, implying that whatever the tower was made out of, it's uniquely magical. The word Var also invokes the sky, possibly implying that this tower was built from ethereal meteorite. But that's just speculation. White gold seems to have an interesting relationship with time itself. One character tells us that the throne room of the tower occupies a space adjacent to time and the orbis itself. Additionally, the structure was strongly linked to the Chim El Adabal, or Red Diamond, a soul gem made out of the blood of Lorkhan, and which plays a prominent role during the events of Oblivion. Anyway, more on this tower in a bit. While human slaves built the Ayleids' Great Tower and much of their cities, they would eventually be the civilization's undoing, as sometime in the early First Era, its slave population rose up in rebellion, united by a young girl claiming to be a prophet of Akatosh, now known to history as Alessia, and aided by a number of friendly Aedra. The men and women of Cyrodiil turned the tables on their oppressors, smashing Ayleid armies and eventually torching their great cities and Daedric cathedrals, laying the foundation for the rise of the first human empire of Cyrodiil, which itself would eventually collapse and then be restored and then collapse again. You get the picture. While the Heartland Elves largely lost dominion over their homeland, they were not entirely exterminated. Thousands of Ayleid refugees poured out of the borders of Cyrodiil, seeking refuge in the neighboring kingdoms of their fellow Mer, and no elven nation was quite as welcoming as Valenwood, land of the Bosmer, who admitted the bulk of the refugees. And now we can start to make more sense of why an Ayleid ruin is located beneath the Bosmer city of Eldenroot. Gets even better though. While the ESO questline is evasive regarding the origins of the Orrery, there is a book we can find in ESO titled Orbic Enigma 4, The Elden Tree, written by a scholar named Beridalmo the Signifier, which goes on to explicitly answer our questions about this location's origins. The text is a little long, but well worth our time. Quote, Orbic Enigma 4, The Elden Tree, inscribed by Beridalmo the Signifier, the story of Greensap, the Tower of the Bosmer. Here is a truth read from the bark. Of all the prismatic Mer, none were more presumptuous than the Ayleids of the Heartland. They built their tower in open emulation of Adamantia, using as foundation stone the great red diamond they had uncovered, Chim El Adabal, said to be crystallized blood from the heart of Lorkhan itself. Thus did white gold become Tower 1, as all know. So this paragraph is simply explaining the story of how the Ayleids erected the white gold tower. Nothing especially new here. Let's continue. As foretold by the Moth-Eyed, Ayleid hubris was to bear bitter fruit. With their vision on high to behold the overworlds, they failed to note the seething needlings at their feet, until the thralls rose up and took the tower away from them. Chim El Adabal they took as well, but not before the Archmage Anumaril fangled an eightfold Staff of Towers, each segment a semblance of a tower in its dance. And then 7 of these segments were borne by white gold knights to distant fold places where they were hidden. This was all unknown to Pelin al-Essia, be certain, or there might have been a different 8 divines. Here, the text states that, as foretold by ancient prophecies, that's what Moth-Eyed means in this context, Ayleid pride was their undoing. They were taken aback by an unexpected human revolt, which saw the elves lose control of their homeland and their tower along with it. However, before the human rebellion succeeded, an Ayleid archmage named Anumaril created a staff comprised of 8 pieces of the 8 towers around Tamriel. 7 of these pieces he dispersed and hid following the uprising, but 1 piece he kept with him. The paragraph ends by saying this was all unknown to the rebelling humans, or there might have been a different 8 divines, suggesting that if the leaders of the human uprising knew what Anumaril had done, and if they managed to gather the 8 pieces of the Staff of Towers, they could have been powerful enough to challenge the gods themselves. Anyway, the text goes on. Here's where it starts to get especially relevant for our purposes. Thus white gold, on to Greensap. The Brioche elves were of the Earthbones, who most hearkened to Yeffrey and his green songs. They did not build a tower, they grew it. A great grot oak, whose roots sprang from a perchance acorn, and this was their stone. And because the acorn might perchance have been elsewhere, thus was Greensap manifold and several, and each could walk. Therefore, each Greensap was also every Greensap. Within each were told all the stories of the green, with every ending true. So doors therein were not always doors certain, but to this brioche become Bosmer became inured, and indeed grew to relish these doors equivocal, for such was their nature in the schism of the prism. In this way, the Bosmer learned which songs made the trees dance, and which dances they might do. This section is just describing the Bosmer Tower, the Greensap, and how it's manifold and several, consisting of many great trees. You may have noticed the author also suggests that these great trees could originally walk, and their movements could be controlled by the songs of the Wood Elves. Back to the book. Now return we must to the 8th segment, or rather, Segment 1, for Anumaril had fangled it in similitude to Tower 1, which itself reflected Tower 0. When the Ayleids fled the Heartlands, they went to all 8 corners of the compass, and this was a chosen thing, though many corners spelled doom. But more Ayleids fled to Valenwood than to all other directions combined, and this too was chosen. Among these clans went Anumaril, wearing Segment 1 as a femur. For how but by walking can a spoke advance its hub? This paragraph just describes the Ayleids fleeing into Valenwood following their dislocation at the hands of their former slaves. A numeral is described as smuggling a piece of the white gold tower, the 8th piece of that staff he built, into the country, disguising it as a femur bone. Greensap's elves welcomed the Ayleids so long as the Hotlanders agreed not to dissonate the Green Song. All agreed to this save Anuic, who coughed into his hand unnoticed. He asked the Great Camoran to show him Greensap, and was brought to one that by happenstance stood then in Eldenroot. Once within the Great Grot, he passed through a door equivocal and found his desire, a perchance acorn. It was one of many, but for Anuic, one was enough. So, the Ayleid refugees here are welcomed into Valenwood by their Bosmer cousins on the condition that they don't try to mess with Valenwood's tower, with its great trees. Anuic ignores this and ends up stealing a perchance acorn, a seed from which the grot oaks can grow. Next, the Fanglement. Anuic brought forth Segment 1, this is the piece of white gold tower he snuck in, among the roots and showed it to the Golden Nut. And this told an ending, so that the stone became a definite acorn. That Elden Tree would not walk again, but Anuic yet had further intentions for it. Using his dentition as tonal instruments, he dismantled his bones and built of them a mundus machine that mirrored Nirn and its planets. And when he had used all his substance in fangling this orrery, he placed the segment scepter within, hiding it between the moons. So here Anuic touches the piece of the white gold tower to the roots of the Elden Tree and to that acorn he stole. There's some sort of interaction here that causes the tree to lose its ability to move and walk. It's almost like the tower piece overrides the fluid randomness of the Bosmer Tower. The Ayleid Archmage then dismantles his own bones to build the orrery beneath the city, which the text calls a mundus machine that mirrored Nirn and its planets, and then he hides the piece of white gold tower within the new creation. Then he waited, but what he waited for did not eventuate, and perchance he's waiting yet. For Anuic had hoped to convert Greensap into white gold, and thereby make the Heartlanders' realm anew. However, Anuic did not know, and was not able to know, why his plan went awry. You see, Ayleid magic is about will, and shall, and must, but under Greensap, all is perchance. The Ayleid Fangler's plan could not succeed, and yet neither could it fail. For this is a story that has not yet found its ending." End quote. And so, the text concludes by revealing that Anumiral's plan was to convert the Bosmery Greensap Tower into a replica of white gold in order to re-establish an Ayleid homeland in Valenwood. Talk about a bad guest. Anumiral's ambition did not go according to plan, though, evidently due to an inconsistency between Ayleid and Bosmer magic. Ayleids being more definitive, and Bosmery being more random, more perchance. Whether Anumiral's plan has completely failed, or if it will eventually succeed, is apparently not yet decided, according to the text. Orbic Enigma 4 offers us our best, and only, real origin story on the construction of the orrery, and by proxy, the mysterious Eye of Magnus-like orb at its core. This whole thing is a mundus machine made from the bones of an Ayleid Archmage, with a piece of white gold tower who hope to usurp the essence of the Greensap. Its relationship to white gold may be why and how this orrery is legitimizing potential rulers of Cyrodiil. Recall again, Naemon and Irene report seeing the white gold tower when they step inside. This is why the orb is inscribed with the words Tower Vision, Tower Vision, Tower Vision, and perhaps it's the Greensap, the Bosmery magic, that has the power to transmogrify people into hideous monsters if it so decides. Okay, so, cool story. This machine is a remnant of an Ayleid Archmage's attempt to usurp the green sap and create a new white gold tower. Alright, makes sense, but I use the word sense loosely, but why build an orrery, exactly? You know, why was a rotating model of the Mundus necessary to accomplish a numeral's goals? Why not a statue, or an obelisk, or a sphinx? Well, I think the answer is obvious. The city of Cyrodiil, where the White Gold Tower was first erected, has a layout that itself is a cosmic model. Note that there are 8 lesser replicas of the White Gold Tower surrounding the city. When zoomed out and viewed from a bird's eye, the metropolis quite literally resembles a wheel, the metaphor for the orbis itself. To quote another technically unlicensed, but I think appropriate Kirkbride text, every Dawnmaker tower takes a myth form, and the White Gold Project was and is no different. Though the Ayleids gave theirs a central spire as the imago of the Adamantia, the whole of the Polydox resembled the wheel, with 8 lesser towers forming a ring around their primus. To dismiss this mythic architecture as being a mockery of the Orbis is to ignore an important point. This same jest gave White Gold Tower a power over Creatia unlike any on this plane. It was a triumph of sympathetic mega-fetish and the start of the threat to the Empire that brings me to this council. Unquote. Now, to be fair, Cyrodiil is specified and clearly meant to resemble the entirety of the Orbis, the whole wheel itself, whereas the orrery is described as a mundus machine, merely representing Nirn and its planets. But we know it also depicts a bit more than that. The ceiling of the orrery is decorated with the stars, featuring all of the known constellations, which themselves are ethereal gates not really part of the Mundus. Within the orrery itself, there are these pedestals lying around. Already briefly mentioned them. We interact with some while others don't really do anything, but the pedestals are all miniaturized replicas of the tower that upholds Nirn, the central eye, and there are 8 of these pedestals, these mini towers, in total. Perhaps Beradalmo the Signifier's translation was wrong when he called the orrery a mere mundus machine. Or maybe he had a more expansive definition for the mundus than the rest of us. Still though, there remains plenty of mystery here, and ZeniMax clearly likes it that way. When we first enter the structure, the game's loading screen reads, "As for the osseous orrery," osseous in this context just means bony, think osteo, "can anyone really claim to comprehend the full intentions of a numeral in his metamorphosis to instrumentality? Do we even know how many axes of circumpenetration its arms rotate through?" Morian Zenos, Commentaries on Beradalmo. Note that Beradalmo was the author of that Orbic Enigma book we just read, so this loading screen is citing another scholar's commentaries on Beradalmo's work. In Elder Scrolls literature, circumpenetration is a term often used to describe the breaking of the liminal barriers that separate Mundus from Oblivion and Aetherius. Therefore, this loading screen can be taken to be suggesting that the arms of the orrery themselves are moving through the various dimensions of the Orbis in a number of indiscernible ways. Suffice it to say, there's a lot about the Eldenroot orrery that remains to be fully understood. It clearly has a more metaphysical and powerful nature than is immediately obvious, but even this deep dive into the lore leaves us with just as many questions as it does answers. Here's another question the story leaves us with. After Queen Irene has completed her ritual and earned the approval of the local Bosmer nobility, we can ask her, what's next? To which, and I'm not making this up, the leader of the Aldmeri Dominion will tell us to go get her the Staff of Magnus, explaining that the Dominion already has the staff in their possession, secured in a great vault within the Bosmer city of Marburuk. Irene orders us to go to the Marburuk vault and bring the artifact to her.
I don't intend to tell anyone what my brother did. As far as I'm concerned, he died trying to help me, not usurp my throne. The Staff of Magnus. A powerful object with the ability to suppress magic. Dangerous were it to fall into the wrong hands. Luckily, we already possess it. Go to Marburuk in Eastern Greenshade. Speak to Captain Sarandel about securing the staff. I'll follow soon after.
Now, as obviously relevant as this is to our video, this is also a very weird quest transition. Irene gives us no explanation as to why she suddenly wants the Staff of Magnus right after completing a very bizarre ritual with a familiar orrery, nor is it explained how the staff fell into the Dominion's possession in the first place. But once again, to make another very long story short, we the player are sent to Marburuk, where we show the local guards an order from the Queen, and they will escort us through the local vault, as it's called, so we can retrieve the staff. Along the way, we pass by various interesting artifacts, also being stored by the Dominion at this location, including Ayleid crowns, crimson nirnroots, ethereal shards, that sort of stuff. When we eventually walk up to the staff and try to pick it up, the artifact will suddenly disappear, and it's revealed that someone has stolen it and replaced it with some illusion magic. And so, we are sent on a short series of quests to figure out who stole the staff and why. It ultimately turns out that the artifact was taken by some domestic opponents of the Queen, who also intercepted her brother Naaman's body while it was being transported to Somerset. They then resurrected Naaman as a lich, and are now using the staff to weaken the Dominion's magical barriers so they might invade with an army of the undead and depose the Queen. Yes, it's all very evil and wicked. The remainder of the Valenwood questline revolves around us fighting this organization, defeating a lichified Naaman, and eventually returning the Staff of Magnus to Irene when we finally bested her enemies. Alas, throughout this entire narrative, the Queen never reveals to the player why she originally wanted the staff from Marburuk in the first place, nor is it ever explained what the staff was doing there. It all makes no sense. The entire Staff of Magnus arc just comes out of nowhere and refuses to explain itself. Some players have pointed to the Queen's possession of the staff as further evidence that she might be KINMUNE after all. But remember, according to the book Tamrielic Lore from Morrowind, the staff has something of a mind of its own, and has a habit of abandoning its wielders once they grow sufficiently powerful. Another thing worth noting here is that ESO's Staff of Magnus looks nothing like the one from Skyrim or even earlier versions like Morrowind. While Skyrim's was capped with a little floating replica of the Eye of Magnus, and Morrowind's had this funny purple-looking orb, the ESO iteration just has this bluish diamond thing on the top. It makes no effort to resemble past versions, though the staff's handle at least seems to be relatively consistent between titles. I hate everything about this arc so much. You know, when you get to a quest called The Staff of Magnus, right after this ceremony in a mysterious ruin with an orb that looks so much like the Eye, you think, oh boy, we're about to learn some cool lore. And then, nope, none of that. We're not even told why we were dispatched after the object originally. My frustrations are far from original. In a 2014 AMA with ESO's writing staff, a Reddit user echoed some of the complaints and questions about the story we've already discussed, saying, quote, "First off, Are we ever going to find out about her, Iren's past? Or is it going to be one of those, the player chooses their own theory type of things? I'd love a solid answer one day, but deciding on what I think makes the most sense is fun too. Secondly, why did she have the Staff of Magnus? That entire questline was so sad and infuriating. I also felt bad for Naemon and Iren both, but we never figure out where she got the staff from. To which Michael Zank, a senior writer, said, quote, Iren had a really full life before coming back to the Isles. If she shows up again in the future, I'd love to explain/explore some more of her backstory. She's one of those characters, though, that you can imagine getting into almost any kind of trouble. I'll let Lawrence touch on the staff. And then he's got this little smiley face, unquote. So, Zank passes the question of Iren's possession of the staff off to Lawrence Schick, a lead writer and ESO's lore master at the time. Alas, Lawrence never responded to this question. He either ignored it or didn't see it. So, while our complaints and curiosities have been acknowledged by the developers, they've never actually been addressed. Now, I have a theory that might explain why everything seems so convoluted and out of pocket here. You see, going back to that concept art of the Elden Orrery, the artist left some interesting notes that clearly reference a few aspects of the device that didn't make it into the game, suggesting that, at least originally, the Ayleid structure was intended to serve as a puzzle of some kind for players to complete. A puzzle that would reward us with an unnamed staff. Take a look at this note. Quote, when the first 3 items are put on the pedestals, the planets stop rotating. The glow increases on the central orb, columns of colored light flare up, and the planets begin to glow certain colors. The interactive pedestals also glow with color. At this point, the puzzle is primed, and players must move orbits and change colors to match planets to columns of light. A follow-up note states, when the planets are aligned with a properly colored column of light, the room transforms. The decorative shields on the main support of the orrery swing down and meet with the stairs that rotate like lock tumblers out of the floor. At this point, the collision changes, and the player may go up the stairs to the final quest objective, a staff sitting in a column of light. Now, obviously, none of this is what actually happens. In-game, the orrery is not a puzzle that awards us a staff, it's the subject of a non-interactive coronation ritual. But I'm inclined to wonder if maybe the staff hidden inside the orrery was originally meant to be the Staff of Magnus, and the poor devs had to call an audible for one reason or another. This could explain why the subsequent questline feels so out of place and narratively inconsistent. Ultimately, though, that's just my theory. Clearly, when ZeniMax Online Studios originally dreamt up the orrery of Eldenroot, they had something a little different in mind than what we ultimately got, which may have some bearing on the direction of our inquiry going forward. That's enough about Queen Iren and the orrery, at least for now, anyway. So let's fast forward the timeline and take a look at a more recent revelation made by one of the game's expansions. In 2017, The Elder Scrolls Online received its Clockwork City DLC, a story-driven expedition to the Clockwork City, a mysterious brass realm manufactured by Sotha Sil, a character Elder Scrolls 3 fans should be all too familiar with. Now, the Clockwork story itself is full of all sorts of mysteries and plenty of nostalgic TES 3 callbacks, but what we're interested in is this DLC's prologue quest that sets the stage. You see, once Clockwork City has been purchased, the player will pick up a new quest called Of Knives and Long Shadows that sends you across Tamriel to interview and attempt to save victims of a strange new phenomenon. As it happens, various individuals associated with the Mages Guild have been getting murdered to death by their own shadows. Yes, people's shadows have been coming to life and attacking them. We eventually begin to sense a pattern. All of the victims of these bizarre occurrences have been studying divine signals from a strange Daedric artifact. It's not clear to us exactly what artifact they're pursuing. Not even the mages seem to know. They've just been chasing its divine essence, and in some cases report dreaming of it. Shortly after connecting these dots, the vestige will be approached by a Psijic monk named Lilatha. Lilatha tells us that she's been tracking the same mysterious artifact, believing it a source of great evil that must be dealt with. She admits that she too is unsure of the object's exact nature or which Daedra it's affiliated with, but the Psijic monk believes she knows how we can find out. Lilatha tells us of an ancient Psijic scrying device known as the Obscuros, which may reveal to us the location of this oh-so-troublesome Daedric force. Here's how the conversation goes.
Do not be alarmed. Only you can see me. I am Lilatha, Psijic Master of the Gazing Glass. I have watched you from afar, and I believe we share the same goal. You seek to destroy these vengeful shadows, yes? I believe we can help each other.
What are you asking me to do?
All the shadows' victims were seeking a Daedric artifact, an extraplanar antiquity that remains hidden from my sight. To solve these murders, we must first locate the artifact. I require 2 objects to find it: an Anuic lantern and a liminal lens.
What are these objects?
I believe the lantern lies hidden in a sunken ship near Kanathi's roost. The lens rests in a coffer, deep within the howling sepulchres. Recover the items, then seek out my boat near Vulcal Guard. Trust no one. Our enemies are very well hidden.
Alright, but before I do this, I have questions.
I am sorry we can't have this conversation in person. I fear that I'm too tempting a target for this shadowy killer. I must remain hidden. You have questions? I urge you to keep them brief. There's no telling when our enemy will strike again.
What do you plan to do with this lantern and the lens?
They are critical components of an ancient Psijic mechanism known as the Obscuros.
What's an Obscuros?
The Obscuros is a scrying device. It magnifies a mage's perception and projects their visions for all to see. A powerful tool indeed. When my order retreated to Arteo, we scattered the device's components to prevent it from being misused.
Where is this device now?
I'm afraid I can't say. The forces arrayed against us are too mysterious. They may have found a way to listen in. I can't risk divulging the Obscuros' location. Collect the items, and I promise, my boat will be waiting for you in Vulcal Guard. Indeed. A self-steering vessel of my own design. Climb aboard, and the enchantment I've placed on it will bring you to me directly. It's quite safe, I assure you.
Thus, we're dispatched to go recover an Anuic lantern and a liminal lens, in order that Lilatha might be able to reassemble the Psijic Obscuros, the mainframe of which is apparently hidden on an island that she's afraid to tell us about. Now, just as Lilatha says, the Anuic lantern can be found within a sunken ship near Kanathi's roost. And just take a look at the item's icon. Yeah, it's clearly modeled off of the Orrery of Eldenroot. We can't necessarily equip it or place it down, at least not yet. We can read its item description, though. This intricately carved Aldmeri device is like no lantern you've ever seen. It is clearly designed to fit into the Obscuros. I'm sure we've referenced this on maps, but I don't think I've said it blatantly yet. The word Aldmer refers to the Old Elves, Aldmer, or the race of elves that originally colonized the Somerset Isles and eventually Tamriel before sundering into the various successor races we now know today. So, clearly, this device, being of Aldmeri origin, is very, very old. Anyway, the liminal lens is less interesting. We find it in an ancient Daedric ruin in Craglorn. Its description reads, "Ghostly figures drift across the surface of this ancient lens. It clearly fits into a larger device." Anyway, once we have both these strange items, we can head on over to Vulcal Gard, a port city on the southern tip of Auridon, the more westerly of the Somerset Isles, where a small, clearly somewhat magical sailboat conjured up by Lolatha will be waiting for us. We aboard the ship, and it takes us to an island called Dranil Kir, a landmass that has never before been seen nor even mentioned in Elder Scrolls history, but is evidently an island of unknown size located somewhere off of the southern coasts of the Somerset Isles. The location's loading screen reads, "This windswept isle off the coast of Auridon has long been shrouded in mystery. Rumors of magical traps and sudden storms deter even the bravest of sailors." Upon our landing on the beach, we'll meet with Lolatha, who will be warming herself by a campfire, and then start walking us up to the Scrying Chamber, evidently the building where the mainframe to the Obscuros is stored. As we make our way to it, the Psijic monk will mention that this island has been the subject of perpetual storms, evidently a consequence of the Obscuros' presence. Anyway, we eventually enter the Scrying Chamber, and Lolatha simply has us set down the Anuic lantern on the Obscuros' platform. And, well, just look at it. This is clearly, more than ever, just a smaller version of the Orrery of Eldenroot's main orb. Frankly, it's the exact same asset, just scaled down and fixed to a holding frame. The text on the lantern is even the exact same as that on the Orrery. After we place the object down, Lolatha's shadow will come to life and attack, so we'll have to deal with that, but then we can place the liminal lantern as well, and the full Obscuros will suddenly come to life. Lolatha will seemingly tap into it, and the device will begin projecting images from and of the Clockwork City, implying that whatever this evil Daedric artifact we're after is, that's where it resides. And accordingly, we'll be sent by Lolatha to journey to the brass realm of Sotha-Sil in search of further answers, properly beginning the events of the DLC. Now, as well written as I think the Clockwork City expansion is, its contents from here are entirely irrelevant to the subject of our investigation. We're all done with the important part, but I think we've learned quite a bit. Evidently, the Psijic Order are in possession of a strange, extremely powerful scrying device called an Obscuros, and one of its components, the Anuic lantern, is identical in appearance to the Orrery of Eldenroot, and like the Orrery itself, may have some relation to the Eye of Magnus. I'll just say this right here, right now. I really like the idea of the Eye of Magnus actually being a giant metaphysical Daedric scrying orb thing like the Anuic lantern of the Obscuros. I think it makes perfect symbolic sense. The scrying orb allowing Magnus, or whatever god or Aedra was harnessing it, to see and project visions across time and space, serving as their metaphorical eye. This short prologue quest could also explain why the Psijics were so aware of and worried about the Eye in Skyrim. They recognized what kind of device it was and its capabilities. Furthermore, throughout Skyrim's college questline, the Psijic monks we meet make repeated references to watching and observing us from far away. Could the Obscuros be how they were doing that? Likewise, recall how earlier we established that the Orrery of Eldenroot bestows visions of the White Gold Tower upon those who enter it, perhaps being projected by Anuic and his segment of the tower that he hid, whereas the Anuic Lantern and the Obscuros project the visions of nearby mages. Not only that, but if we read real deep in between the lines, when Naemon steps inside the orrery, he isn't truly transformed into a monster. Rather, that just seems to be how the orrery physically projects him, as when we ultimately slay Naemon in Ogrim form, the illusion fades, and all that remains is his original elven body. It's almost as if, when you step into it, the Orrery's lantern is just projecting what it sees. In Naemon, it saw a monster. In Irene, it saw a true queen. When I played through this very short prologue quest and saw the Obscuros, for once, things finally started to click for me. Now, sadly, ESO makes no further reference to the Anuic Lantern nor the device it fits into. It just pulls out these crazy plot devices literally once during a DLC prologue and refuses to elaborate. However, by carefully analyzing Lilatha's dialogue during the quest and some other lore revealed about the Psijic Order in various books, we can infer a few key details about this device's history. For one, as we already established thanks to the Anuic Lantern's description, that item, at least, was of Aldmeri design, predating the split of the various elven races, therefore suggesting an origin very, very early in the Merethic era, or perhaps late in the Dawn era, the mythic primordial stage of creation itself, which is said to predate linear time. Furthermore, in our first conversation with Lilatha, she gives us a rough time period for when the Obscuros' parts were originally scattered by the Psijics. Take a listen.
The Obscuros is a scrying device. It magnifies a mage's perception and projects their visions for all to see. A powerful tool indeed. When my order retreated to Artaeum, we scattered the device's components to prevent it from being misused.
When my order retreated to Artaeum. What does she mean by that? Well, perhaps it's finally time to dive a bit into the lore behind the Psijic Order, a topic of which I've been putting off until this moment. Now, rather than spend 20 minutes piecing together the totality of the Psijic's history in the Elder Scrolls universe by quoting like 30 different books and playing 15 quests, there's a single text that summarizes the organization's origins and provides us a pretty solid time frame for their retreat to Artaeum as well. The third edition of the Pocket Guide to the Empire, not to be confused with the first edition, shipped with copies of the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, and it contains an in-depth description of the Somerset Isles and their history. And according to this text, the Psijic Order seems to have emerged out of a religious dispute that occurred on the Somerset Isles shortly after the Aldmer first colonized the islands, but before they began colonizing Tamriel proper. Quote, early Aldmer society was agricultural and politically egalitarian. A system of ancestor worship had been exported whole from Aldmeris and brought with it a communal spirit that served the early settlers of Somerset well. Gradually, as the society grew, social stratification increased. A hierarchy of classes began to form, which is still largely enforced in Somerset today. The religion of the people also changed because of this change in society. No longer did the Aldmer worship their own ancestors, but the ancestors of their betters. Ariel, Trinimac, Ciribane, and Finaster are among the many spirits who became gods. A group of elders rebelled against this trend, calling themselves the Psijics, the keepers of the old ways of Aldmeris. With their mystical powers, they were able to settle in Artaeum, away from what they considered the corruption of their society. They continued to return to the land and to act as advisors, but never again would they call Somerset home. It was about this time that many Aldmer settlers left Somerset to settle the mainland of Tamriel." Unquote. Thus, we can infer that the Psijic Order was founded and retreated to the Isle of Artaeum sometime in the very, very early Merethic era, and it must have been around this time too that they originally decided to seal the Obscuros away on the island of Dranil Kir. This may very well have been going on just as or right before the sundering of the elven races, and thus lines up perfectly with that detail about the Anuic lantern also being Aldmeri in origin. Could we perhaps go so far as to conclude that the lantern and Obscuros were technologies brought by the first elves to Somerset and Tamriel with them from wherever it is they originated? Well, I think so, with a couple of notable caveats. You see, the elven origin story we've been referring to throughout this video, that the Aldmer first came from the south and arrived on Somerset before expanding to the rest of Tamriel, is the common order of events we encounter in the game's literature, and is the prevailing opinion among most of the universe's authors. However, there are also a few holes in this story, and many within the community suspect it to be Somerset Isle's High Elven propaganda. You see, like the humans with Atmora, before arriving in Tamriel, the first elves are believed to have resided on a now lost continent, this one in the south, known as Aldmeris. We briefly referenced it in that last text we read. The third edition of the Pocket Guide to the Empire tells us a bit about this mysterious, forgotten land. Quote, "Virtually nothing is known of the elven homeland, its location, its environment, its politics, its religion, even its current existence are the stuff of conjecture. Translation from the ancient tapestries and texts in the Crystal Tower of Somerset have yielded only the barest of sketches of a beautiful but very strange land. In no representation of Aldmeris are there any trees or life but the Aldmer themselves. It appears always as an endless city, built upon itself over and over again, until no nature remains at all. The highest towers are reserved for interring the dead, a tradition continued on the Crystal Tower itself. What had happened in Aldmeris since the elves who settled in Tamriel left is perhaps the oldest of mysteries. For countless centuries, adventurers have sought lost Aldmeris only to return disappointed, if they return at all. Some say that Aldmeris was sunk into the sea by the angry gods of the Aldmer. Others claim that the elven homeland has left the Mundus and will only return when the races of Myr are united as one." Unquote. So, a great little introductory paragraph, but there's good reason to believe this sailing from old Aldmeris and then migrating from Somerset and splitting up tale is far from the full story. In the Elder Scrolls III, there are these hints that the dwarves have been in Morrowind well before the supposed elven migrations from Somerset. Baladas Demnavani, a Telvanni sorcerer, tells us that the dwarves have been studying the earth bones since the Dawn era, which implies an obviously much more ancient origin than the sundering of the Aldmer in the early Merethic. There are no known stories of how the Dwemer evolved separately from the other races, and they notably refuse to worship any of the divines or Daedra at all, a major cultural deviation that suggests they've been isolated for a longer time than most. There are even suggestions that the Khajiit, who apparently were already on Tamriel by the time the first Aldmer explorers arrived, themselves have a Moorish origin. There's this subbreed of Khajiit known as the Omezerat, which bear a suspiciously strong resemblance to High Elves and the Bosmer. The Catfolk seem to worship a very, very similar pantheon of gods to the typical elves, and there is at least one text that references a belief held by some Khajiit that they were once elves, transformed into their current beast form by the Daedric prince Azura. An alternative theory we can read about in the annotated Anuic, which has appeared in every Elder Scrolls title since Morrowind, is that Old Aldmuris was not some lost land in the south, but rather was Tamriel, deep in the primordial past. Quote, "A large fragment of the Elnafey world landed on Tamriel relatively intact, and the Elnafey living there were the ancestors of the Myr. These Elnafey fortified their borders from the chaos outside, hid their pocket of calm, and attempted to live on as before. Other Elnafey arrived on Tamriel, scattered amid the confused jumble of the Shattered Worlds, wandering and finding each other over the years. Eventually, the wandering Elnafey found the hidden land of the old Elnafey, and were amazed and joyful to find their kin living amid the splendor of ages past. The wandering Elnafey expected to be welcomed into the peaceful realm, but the old Elnafey looked on them as degenerates, fallen from their former glory. For whatever reason, war broke out and raged across the whole of Nirn. The old Elnafey retained their ancient power and knowledge, but the Wanderers were more numerous and toughened by their long struggle to survive on Nirn. This war reshaped the face of Nirn, sinking much of the land beneath new oceans, and leaving the lands as we now know them: Tamriel, Akavir, Atmora, and Yokuda. The old Elnafey realm, although ruined, became Tamriel. The remnants of the Wanderers were left divided on the other 3 continents." Unquote. Suffice it to say, reports on the true origin of the elves and their Aldmer ancestors are actually quite conflicting. Anyway, I'm kind of letting the plot get away from me with this tangent on the mysterious roots of elvenkind. All of this is to say that we really can't know the origins of the Obscuros and the Anuic Lantern beyond the fact that they enter our historical record deep in the past, as the Psijic Order split from Elven society, and these devices likely had some kind of function in the early Aldmer society. Whatever that was. Let's move on from the Clockwork City prologue and the esoteric conversation about elven history it inspired, and fast forward the clock to 2019 to take a look at ESO's Elsweyr chapter. So, for those of you not in the loop, while The Elder Scrolls Online has released several one-and-done traditional expansions, like the Clockwork City, where one day an independent story DLC goes on sale and you can just buy and install the whole thing, ESO also has these things called chapters, where over the course of an entire year, the game will receive several DLC-sized updates, typically around 3 or 4, usually introducing new lands and factions, all centered around a particular theme, story, or location. So, for example, ESO's first major chapter was Morrowind, which took place over the year 2017, and it slowly unveiled the island of Vardenfell in Morrowind, and a storyline that revolved around saving the Isle from the descent of Bardau, a giant floating space rock. Well, in 2019, the game got its Elsweyr chapter, focusing on the Khajiit homeland and opening up 2 new zones: Northern and Southern Elsweyr. The story for this chapter may sound somewhat familiar. It followed the sudden arrival of dragons in the region, and we'd have to team up with various Khajiit religious figures, including a group of monks who reside in a metaphysical monastery in the mountains, in order to repel the invasion. Anyway, cool story, has virtually no bearing on our investigation though. There are, however, two minor details revealed through this chapter worth our attention. One of them may just be silly and meaningless, the other is of greater importance. The first is that in northern Elsweyr, we can encounter this character named Vol. Vol is a Bosmer thief and a self-proclaimed expert on the ancient dwarves. He'll request our help in this heist he's hoping to organize. Well, if we decide to pick the Wood Elf's brain a little, Vol will reveal to the Vestige that he developed his expertise in dwarven history during a past stint of employment with the Aldmeri Dominion. He claims to have once been a scout for Queen Iren's forces, who was assigned, for some reason, to stalk the ruins of Saarthal in Skyrim. During this operation, he was spotted by local guards and was forced to flee when they gave chase. During Vol's escape, he fell down some sort of shaft and landed in a Dwemer ruin, where he claims to have eaten a soul gem that taught him about the dwarves. Just, listen.
Well, I didn't just pluck one up and eat it. I was scouting for the Dominion way north, some ruin called Saarthal. Was running from some guards when I fell into a shaft, and fell. And fell. It was a long fall. Caught a ledge at the last minute, broke my fall. And my fingers, real mess. Anyway, I found myself in this strange cavern, huge. Had dwarven ruins, biggest I've ever seen inside of it. More stone and metal than I could imagine. Not so much food. Not quite. I finally managed to find a charis, a big bug. Tastes awful, don't recommend it, but I ate like my life depended on it. I mean, it did. I half remember a glowing stone going in my mouth. Swallowed it whole before I even realised.
Now, Vol's questline ultimately gives us few reasons to doubt his Dwemer expertise. The soul gem may have taught him less than he thinks, but there's no reason to doubt the other beats of his story, which raise two interesting questions. The first being, what interest did the Aldmeri Dominion, the Kingdom of Queen Iren, have for sending one of their agents to scout Saarthal of all places? Saarthal is the ruin of a crypt in the middle of glaciated snowfields with no military significance. Why spend resources and risk lives sending goofballs like Vol to probe it? Could the Dominion perhaps have had a hunch that an artifact of great power lay deep in its depths? Or could KINMUNE, the imposter queen of the Dominion, been seeking insight on the state of her former home? The other major consideration to make regarding Vol's story is that after getting caught scouting Saarthal, he runs and falls into a great cavern filled with dwarven ruins, which sounds a lot like Blackreach, the great Dwemer cavern network we visit during the events of Skyrim, which itself is in extremely close proximity to the ruins of Saarthal. The question I have is, where was Vol when he fell into the cave? Was he being chased around Saarthal's immediate vicinity itself? Did he accidentally find an entrance to Blackreach in the ruin? Or was he just sprinting across the outlying snowfields? Which, frankly, sounds a bit more plausible. Do recall how Kirkbride's story of KINMUNE describes the Nord ruin as laden with dwarven brass and machinery, almost implying that it itself was originally a dwarven ruin. This is inconsistent with the version we see in Skyrim, but Skyrim's version does seem to be a more recently built crypt on the same site rather than the original complex. You know, Saarthal is indeed located in suspiciously close proximity to a number of dwarven locations. Vol's little quip does further invite us to wonder what the early Nords' relationship with the Dwemer was like. Several of our sources so far have suggested that Saarthal was the first city built by the Nords. Are we really supposed to believe that the ancient Atmorans accidentally just stumbled upon the Eye of Magnus by chance when laying the foundations of their first ever city just a kilometer or two away from the largest dwarven metropolis in Tamriel? If so, how could the dwarves have managed to miss this? Something is fishy here. No matter, Vol's dialogue really isn't that deep, and frankly, this kleptomaniac Bosmer has taken up enough of our time already. So let's move on to the second, more serious revelation made by ESO's Elsweyr chapter. You see, the expansion also did a lot to further flesh out the Khajiit religion, both through dialogue with more priestly characters, and through a series of radiant books we can encounter and pick up. Two of these texts are of particular interest to us. The first book is called Sky Spirits, written by a certain silent Khajiit priest by the name of Amun-Dro, which lists several of the gods the Khajiit associate with the sky. Here's its excerpt on Magnus, or Magrus, as the Khajiit call him. Quote, Magrus, the sun god, commonly known as the Cat's Eye, or the Third Eye of Azura. He serves as a daily reminder of her wrath. It is written that when Magrus fled from Boethra and Lorcaj, he could only see out of one eye and fell into the moon shadow. This is Azura's plane of oblivion. There, Azura judged him as too fearful to rule a sphere, and she tore out his other eye. Magrus left the heavens blinded, but Azura made of his eye a stone to reflect the Varliance Gate. There's that word again, Varliance. Recall KINMUNE's language, Varliance Plus. Anyway, this is the Ether Prism, which opens at dawn and closes at dusk. Some sorcerers hold that Magrus left the eye willingly as an offering to Azura and her children, and these magi still utter prayers to his name, unquote. Right off the bat, this Khajiit text is offering us an alternative origin to the sun. Up until now, the games have all led us to the understanding that it is a literal hole through Oblivion and the Mundus that was created as Magnus fled his creation in terror. However, the Khajiit seem to understand the sun as a reflective stone created when Azura ripped out one of Magnus's eyes amidst his retreat. This stone is reflecting something called the Varliance Gate. It's unclear what that means. Recall earlier in the story about KINMUNE, the language KINMUNE learns is called Varliance Plus, but it's not obvious if this connection is intentional by the developers. The most common belief within the community is that the Varliance Gate just refers to all the other stars, which themselves are still supposed to be portals to Aetherius. As we've discussed, the term Varla does seem to be heavily associated with stars and their magic, so the idea that the sun is actually a stone reflecting this ethereal magic seems to be what this text is getting at. The other real interesting revelation made by this book is that in Khajiit mythology, by the time Magnus approached Azura, he was already down to just one eye. The other having been lost in a fight with Boethia, Daedric Prince of Plots, and Lorcan, the trickster god responsible for the creation of the Mundus in the first place. Amun-Dro, the author of this text, further elaborates on this story in another book of his, called The Wandering Spirits, which lists several deities the Khajiit priest associates with old gods, who he calls wanderers. Here's the entry on Boethia, or Boethra, as she's called. Quote, Boethra, the warrior of the east and west. She is the mate of Mafala, who did not forget her love for Boethra after Anur sent her into exile for her rebellious nature. Boethra walked the many paths in exile, and she returned. It was she who pried the eye from Magnus, and this is why Khajiit value swords as well as claws." Unquote. So, one of Magnus's eyes is ripped out by Azura, becoming the sun, and the other was lost in a battle with rival divines, evidently having been ripped out by Boethia, who was using a sword, and its location currently seems to be unknown. This is clearly an origin story for Sarthal's Eye of Magnus, and, while somewhat unexpected, certainly in this DLC about cats, it does somewhat fit with what we've learned so far. Remember how during Skyrim's questline, when we tell Peritus Decius, that Synod researcher in the Dwarven Oculory, that we've found the Eye of Magnus and we have it stored in the College of Winterhold, he acts as though he understands what we mean and doesn't question it. A sign that previous stories of a second Eye of Magnus other than the sun have been in circulation on Tamriel for a while, and now we finally have an example of one. Nonetheless, Amundro's writings still leave some obvious room for mystery. It makes sense that Magnus would have had some sort of fight with Lorkhan, who, after all, tricked Magnus and the other divines into building the Mundus. Perhaps when Magnus discovered what had happened and began to flee, Lorkhan had hoped to stop him from revealing his plans. However, the involvement of Boethia is a little bit more interesting. This Daedric god is often regarded as the prince of plots and treachery, so it may stand to reason that she was a supporter of Lorkhan's plans to betray his fellow Aedra, and hoped to help him in preventing the escape of Magnus, fulfilling her own themes. There's some additional evidence to suggest that Boethia had a sort of relationship with Lorkhan, Urshor. One of her great artifacts that the prince may award to her champions throughout the games is an armor called the Ebony Mail, which usually takes the form of an ebony breastplate with some ebony chainmail reinforcement. Ebony, according to various sources in the universe, is thought to be the crystallized blood of Lorkhan, created and spread after his fellow gods ripped his heart out and cast it across Nirn. So, Boethia offering her champions an artifact made of pure ebony, the blood of Lorkhan, and calling that artifact Lord's Mail, has likely hinted at a connection between the two divines for a while. No matter, we'll have more to say about Boethia, or Boethra, in a bit. Moving along for now, and fast-forwarding the clock once again, in 2020, ZeniMax Online Studios introduced a new gameplay mechanic to ESO, called Antiquities. A system in which players could essentially engage in a new type of treasure hunting for interesting objects across Tamriel. The way it works is that throughout normal gameplay, you could find these things called leads. They'd often spawn in random chests or be dropped by slain enemies. Some, I think, are even given as quest rewards. Leads would help us pin down potential dig sites, where we could play through a couple new puzzle mini-games to excavate the area and ultimately unlock new items, including weapons, armors, cosmetics, and even pets. Interestingly, for our purposes, many of the new items that can be excavated through the Antiquity system have some curious lore implications. You can probably see where this is heading. On the island of Khenarthi's Roost, just off the southern coast of Elsweyr, mind you, this is actually the same place where we found that Anuic lantern for Lalatha. Once the appropriate lead has been found, we can dig up a furnishing item called the Cat's Eye Prism. And just take a look. A large bluish sphere, decorated with thin, light blue lines and encased in a sort of steel band with a strange logo in its center. The object sits atop a small stand with a rightward-facing crescent moon. Interestingly enough, when you place the artifact down as a furnishing in a sufficiently dark player home, the central logo and many of the thin lines will glow a bright blue hue. The appearance of this artifact alone is very evocative of the similar blue orbs we've been dealing with throughout this video, though it's also visually distinct in its own right. Not the eye from Saarthal, nor the lantern, nor the orrery looked quite like this, though the artifact's name, the Cat's Eye Prism, seems to betray an obvious association. Recall how the religious texts from Elsweyr we just read revealed that the Khajiit often call Magnus the Cat's Eye. Thus, this object could be called a Magnus prism in common parlance. For further evidence of an association, Antiquity Leads come with these descriptive statements or notes from in-universe authors that we can read alongside them. There are 3 for the Cat's Eye Prism. The first is written by a Reginus Buca. It reads, quote, "From the design of the plinth, I date this back to the early First Era, at least a millennium before the Thracian illness laid Elsweyr low. I doubt any of the 16 kingdoms outside Palatine would have had the resources to craft something like this." Unquote. The next note is by Viridia Numida, quote, "Odd to find it in Kynarthi's Roost, unless Kynarthia was a client state of Pal Alatin by that point. As for the crystal itself, I've never seen the like. I've found similar opal spheres used in Magrus worship. Perhaps a meteoric ritual object?" Unquote. Very telling right here. Apparently, opal spheres, really meteoric opal spheres, are often used in Magnus worship. And the last comment is from Gabrielle Benalay. Quote, "The hue seems too dark for meteoric glass. The metallic banding is curious too. It's almost like they were trying to keep something contained in the sphere. Seers might have used it as a scrying stone. It follows, given the Magnus connection. Curious." Unquote. Once again, not only does Gabrielle Benalay associate this artifact with Magnus, but apparently, as she says, scrying stones were often connected to Magnus. A very big clue for our central mystery. For a final, less canon link, in ESO's concept art, we can actually see a rendition of this antiquity. And while for the most part it looks identical, we can see that the artist originally depicted some sort of illegible text along its frame, like is the case for Saarthal's Eye, the Orrery, and the Anuic lanterns. The concept art text, again, can't be read, it seems to just be a bunch of gibberish, though the style may bear some similarities with the Saarthal font. Anyway, while clearly related to our central mystery, the Cat's Eye presents us with more questions than it answers. In my opinion, Gabrielle Benalay's description of it really does support the theory of this shape being related to a scrying stone, an object that allows one to see beyond time or space. At the very least, her comment does reveal that scrying was a major part of Magnus worship, and scryers used stones that looked very similar to this one. But Gabrielle also suggests that the metal band around the sphere is containing something within it. An entirely new concept. What could it be containing? As we saw earlier, Skyrim's eye, when destabilized, had a habit for opening up and releasing force fields and magical anomalies all over the place. Perhaps this metallic band is trying to prevent a similar outcome from occurring within the smaller Cat's Eye? Or maybe it's there to seal in a miniature KINMUNE that's trapped inside. Your guess is as good as mine. Another, likely related and equally puzzling detail, is that the artifact is covered in claw marks, insinuating that the Khajiit have been scratching at the orb. maybe they were trying to get inside of it, or that's just how they used it, or maybe this is all just one elaborate cat toy. Finally, the symbol at the center of the cat's eye is certainly worth some words. A circle with a crescent moon above it, linked by straight lines to 3 other circles. It kinda looks like an eye. However, as far as I can tell, this just seems to be a rather generic symbol often associated with the Khajiit. We see variants of it frequently on typical Khajiit clothes and even on the unique armors worn by certain Khajiit characters. Its exact meaning continues to elude me. We know the catfolk of Elsweyr revere the moons and their phases, and lunar iconography dominates many of their flags, tapestries, and banners. So this all may just denote that the prism was once in the possession of the Khajiit, not necessarily a surprise. Or perhaps there's a yet undeciphered meaning. Throughout the year 2020, ESO has been receiving its Season of the Worm Cult chapter, which just wrapped up a few days prior to me recording all of this. Technically, Season of the Worm Cult isn't really a chapter. The devs like to call it a season, but as far as we're concerned, it's functionally the same thing. A series of significant updates that have introduced new lands, quests, dungeons, and characters, all tied into an overarching story. This year's narrative revolves around the return of the Order of the Black Worm, or the Worm Cult, a faction of necromancers originally led by Mannimarco. During the events of ESO's original main questline, the Worm Cult served as one of the game's major antagonist factions, as their order sought to aid Molag Bal, Daedric Prince of Domination, in his plan to drag Nirn into oblivion through the Plane Meld. Now, of course, in ESO's vanilla story, we actually stop the Plane Meld and destroy the Worm Cult. But now, with the Season of the Worm, somehow the cult has returned, and they've been sacrificing thousands of souls to Molag Bal while trying to resurrect Mannimarco, their old leader. Thus, once again, the Vestige will be called to stop them. Most of this story is set on a new land called Solstice. Solstice is an island far to the south of Tamriel, at a longitude that puts it roughly between Elsweyr and Blackmarsh. This island has apparently been inhabited by Argonians for as long as anyone can remember. However, since the Mid-First Era, it's also received a steady stream of High Elven colonists and settlers. Hence, Solstice represents this fusion of Altmeri and Argonian cultures. We're sent to this area because it's become the epicenter of the renewed Worm Cult attacks. The faction has even gone so far as to place the whole area under siege, and it will be up to us and our allies to relieve it. Anyway, this whole narrative is only of marginal relevance to our investigation. What I'm interested in is one of the artifacts that appears amidst it. You see, early on in this season's story, we'll meet with Vanus Galarian, the founder and current leader of Tamriel's Mages Guild, who's determined to help us stop the resurgent Order of the Black Worm. And just take a look at the staff Vanus will be holding when we first link up with him. Yeah, it's a staff of Magnus. It looks more like the staff of Magnus than ESO's staff. A bright blue orb decorated with all sorts of scried lines, and if you look real closely and kinda squint, you can even make out very tiny, unlegible text lines along the seams. What on earth is the Staff of Magnus doing here? Well, first, a little context is due. Vanus Galarian is actually a major character during the original ESO story. Again, he is the founder and leader of the Mages Guild, and is widely regarded as one of, if not the, greatest mage in Tamriel. A fact he loves repeating almost as much as he enjoys belittling everyone else. Vanus is an extremely condescending, rude, and narcissistic character. But he's also very much a wholesome Chungus friend of the player. As proud as he is, Mr. Galarian hates necromancy and soul trapping, and during the events of the vanilla story, he served as one of our principal allies in stopping Molag Bal and Mannimarco. Now, he's ready for round 2. Do note that, again, this season of the Wormcult story is chronologically set after the events of the original one. However, the way ESO works, you could just play both at the same time if you wanted to. Like, it's totally possible to play this Wormcult story before you even bother with the vanilla one, which chronologically makes no sense, but the game just kinda nods and winks at you. Anyway, when he shows up for the Wormcult season, Vanus's staff is new. He had no such object during the original story, the implication perhaps being that he acquired it between the events of these two stories, but it's not clear. Something worth pointing out is that earlier in the video, when we were sent to go get Queen Irene, the Staff of Magnus, from a vault in Marborough, that vault was actually within the local Marborough Mages Guild Hall. And Vanus Galarian, being the Mages Guild leader, may very well have canonically had access to the staff that way. Alas, while this new, suspiciously Magnus-looking staff of Vanus does play a major role in the new Wormcult story, I think you all, like me, will be a bit disappointed. You see, early in the new questline, we journey with Vanus to go clear out this Wormcult-occupied dungeon, during which he uses the staff, seemingly as a shock weapon, but eventually, poor Vanus Galarian, the greatest mage in Tamriel, ends up getting captured by Daedra and dragged into oblivion. As he's being wizard-napped, Vanus will scream, "Protect the staff!" and he tosses it to Gabrielle Bennell, a fellow high-ranking member of the Mages Guild. You'll note that Gabrielle Bennell was actually one of the authors of one of the notes we saw in relation to that cat's eye prism earlier. Throughout the remainder of the season, Gabrielle will wield Vanus's staff, and it quickly becomes obvious that the artifact has a mind of its own, often leading us to important Wormcult sites, and later on, Vanus is even able to use the staff to communicate with us from Oblivion. The artifact projects a vision of him, almost like a hologram, as he tells our gang what his captors are doing and planning. Obviously, one of our major objectives throughout this narrative becomes saving poor Vanus, as well as defeating the Wormcult. There's this hilarious moment where we can actually negotiate with one of the Daedra for Vanus's release, and we can say something along the lines of, "Hey, we know you're probably getting sick of him," to which the Oblivion monster is like, "You know, you have a point." Nonetheless, long story short, we do eventually stop the Wormcult and rescue poor Vanus Galarian, to whom the staff is promptly returned. And that's it. Vanus takes his staff back, says, "Thanks," and we're never told anything about it. It is enraging. Once again, ZeniMax Online Studios dangles an Eye of Magnus looking object in front of us like it's a set of keys to get us all excited about a new story, and then says, "Nope, no explanations for you, we're not gonna elaborate, haha, thanks for your money though." It's all so exhausting. This is the second or third time in this investigation I went, oh boy, I bet if I play through this 4 or 5 hour long story, I'll get some cool Magnus lore, and like Charlie Brown, I am denied the metaphorical field goal that I am owed. That all said, and I'm sure you all are going to love this, while the season of the Wormcult updates are now finally over, everything's done for this year and the storyline has concluded, there is much speculation that in the future, the devs will pick up where they left off with this story. You see, even though we've stopped them, again, we know that the Wormcult is fated to return in the future. Mana Marco appears as a character in both the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall and Oblivion, which each take place a little over 100 years after ESO. Therefore, we can be sure that the leader of the Order of the Black Worm does, eventually, succeed in being resurrected, and his rivalry with Vanus Galarian may persist in future ESO updates and chapters, which could provide another opportunity for the devs to elaborate on the staff. Future content notwithstanding, if we really squint and read in between the lines of the content we do have, some interesting details are made apparent. During one quest, Gabriel Benel remarks that Vanus Golarion created the staff with his own hands, which quite decisively would suggest it's not really the staff of Magnus, and yet it looks so much like it. Remember how earlier in the video, Queen Irene sent us to go retrieve the staff from a Dominion vault in the city of Marburuk? Well, that vault was located within the Marburuk Mages Guild Hall. Thus, the staff was, in a sense, in Mages Guild custody when the Queen sent us to retrieve it originally. A silly little speculative theory of mine is that perhaps Vanus asked Irene for permission for his guild to study the staff, and maybe he made a replica? Or perhaps narcissistic jerk Vanus is, he stole the staff's central eye and put it on his own. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's hard to explain the appearance of Golarion's staff any other way. Furthermore, the recent update may contain some additional support for this hypothesis. You see, on the eastern side of the island of Solstice, there's this old fort currently under the control of some worm cultists called Oldwine Citadel. As we walk up to the location, we'll be approached by a wounded Bosmer named Cariel. Cariel will explain to the player that she belongs to a special organization known as the Eyes of the Queen, an elite unit of Aldmeri Dominion spies personally commanded by Irene herself. Indeed, throughout the original Dominion stories, in Somerset and Valenwood, we deal with the Eyes of the Queen quite often. In fact, we may have even dealt with Cariel herself personally before. What are Queen Irene's best doing all the way on the island of Solstice, though, so far from home? Well, and I'm not making any of this up, I swear, Cariel tells us that Prince Naemon of the Aldmeri Dominion, tell me if this sounds familiar, has been resurrected again and stolen the staff of Magnus again. The resurrected once heir to the Dominion has forged an alliance with the Worm Cult and taken up residence at their base here at Oldwine Citadel. Cariel asks for our help in, once again, recovering the staff and slaying Naemon. Now, mind you, the Solstice story is technically set after the events of the original questline chronologically, and in this quest, both Cariel and eventually Naemon both just kinda act like you already slayed the prince at the orrery and recovered the staff once before, though their dialogue is deliberately written to be a little ambiguous. Take a listen to how Cariel describes the situation.
An enemy I thought was dead, Prince Naemon, returned. I lost a powerful staff, and I got a sword with my shoulder. It's over. Unless... Help me complete my mission. I can repay you. I don't know what the Worm Cult wants with the Staff of Magnus, or Prince Naemon, but it sounds disastrous. Queen Irene, the Dominion, everything is in jeopardy. I have the beginnings of a plan, but I can't move fast enough with this injury.
What do you need me to do?
I need you to be my eyes and ears in the Worm Cult nest. We have to find some way to take the staff back and tear the alliance between the prince and the cult apart without being found out. Think you can do that? I need to know you can get around unnoticed. Take these stones. Practice tossing them at barrels near that watchdog. Prince Naemon nearly destroyed the Valenwood with the Staff of Magnus. Now that he's with the Worm Cult, I want to be cautious.
Who's Prince Naemon?
High Elf royalty and former heir to the Alinor throne. Queen Irene spent much of Naemon's life as an adventurer, traveling the countryside, while he stayed home and learned to rule. I honestly expected him to put up more of a fight when she returned.
What happened to him?
The official story is that he gave his life protecting the Queen during her ratification ceremony. Something went wrong with an ancient planetary device. It's a good story. Stops any uprisings from the nobles who wanted Naemon to rule.
You don't believe the story?
Almost everything that comes from the palace is twisted in some way.
I met Prince Naaman. I saw how he looked at the Queen, and I know about his traitorous wife. I can make my own conclusions about his capacity for heroics.
Tell me more about the Staff of Magnus.
The god of magic made it. While it doesn't always do what mages want, it's incredibly powerful. What evil cult wouldn't want to possess it? Queen Irene loaned the staff to the Mages Guild. I was supposed to look after it. That plan didn't work.
Okay, here's actually something of interest. This, for the first time, unambiguously confirms that the Staff of Magnus was in the Mages Guild's custody when Irene dispatched us after it after the Orrery quest. Something that until now hadn't been directly clarified. A question that still remains unanswered is whether or not the Dominion, or at least Alinor, had always been in possession of the Staff of Magnus, or at least had it in its control for some time, or if Irene herself brought the staff to the Dominion when she returned from her travels to take the throne. You know, if Irene did just so happen to find the Staff of Magnus during her few years abroad, well, that would have some pretty big implications for a certain theory we already discussed. But no matter, if the Mages Guild had requested the Dominion temporarily loan them the staff, then obviously they were researching it. Could they, perchance, have been hoping to replicate it? Could Vanus Galarian have used the opportunity to swap out its orb? Well, as of yet, nothing has been confirmed, and that's assuming ZeniMax has thought that far ahead. The Solstice Naemon quest itself is a bit different from the one we played through in Valenwood. We quickly discover that Naemon's resurrection has left him completely intact this time. He's not a necrotic lich or anything, he's actually the same Prince Naemon. It's not even evident that he ever died by looking at him. The Undead Prince has formed an alliance of convenience with the Worm Cultists. They hope to use his Staff of Magnus to foment a more complete plane meld, that is, the dragging of Nirn into oblivion, whereas Naemon hopes to use the Worm Cultists to help him overthrow his sister and finally take the throne of the Dominion. We obviously get another look at the staff throughout this short narrative. It's pretty much the same one we encountered in Marbruck. It's grown a bit darker in color, perhaps symbolizing the corrupting influence of the prince. Cariel has us slip into a disguise and sneak into Oldwine, where we're eventually able to exploit disagreements between Naemon and his cultist patrons, ultimately turning them against each other. We frame Prince Naemon's followers for sabotaging some cultist equipment, and we reveal to Naemon that the cultists are planning to stab him in the back at the first opportunity anyway. Note that if you've already completed the Orrery storyline, the prince does quickly recognize you and remember that the player killed him, but he respects that and doesn't make a big deal of it. It actually kinda earns you points with him. Everything climaxes in this dramatic showdown between the twice-resurrected High Elf and the leader of the local Worm Cult chapter, a certain Dark Adept Varese. The player is ultimately given a choice between completing our original mission with Cariel and using this moment of division as an opportunity to seize the staff from Naemon and defeat him again, or, if you really just want to be silly, you can instead choose to help the prince defeat his cultist enemies and escape Oldwine's Citadel unharmed with the staff still in his possession, potentially unleashing another ungodly horror upon the Aldmeri Dominion for no real benefit but earning Naemon's appreciation. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. There is something of a good reason why you might want to release him. Throughout the quest, the prince gets so mad at the Order of the Black Worm that he kinda loses interest in the whole overthrowing his sister thing, and instead wants to commit himself to destroying the cult. If we do side with him, the quest ends with Naemon, who keeps the staff, promising to offer his services to the Mages Guild in their eternal crusade against Mannimarco's followers, assuming the Mages Guild accepts. Alternatively, if we instead opt to be a good little vestige and do as the Eye of the Queen asks, defeating Naemon and retaking the staff, we don't actually kill him this time, we end up just magically petrifying him after a short boss battle. Thus, either way, no matter how this quest ends, Neymon technically survives. It's therefore very likely that we haven't seen the last of the Queen's usurpacious brother, nor perhaps his staff, quite yet. But for now, this is where our trail of clues finally runs dry. 14 years after the release of Skyrim, the Elder Scrolls' MMO successor continues to taunt us with details, vaguely promising more information in a future set of updates. This is where we are, folks. The Eye of Magnus mystery is one that has clearly not yet found its solution. From jumbled tales of Merethic-era Nords to a strange, seemingly abandoned connection with the Daedric Prince of Plots, to a potential container for a 9th-era celestial mining robot, to a strange symbol of scrying and perhaps Nirn itself. The Eye of Magnus mystery has radically evolved over the last decade and a half into an impossible-to-unravel, tangled web of curiosities with tendrils spread into just about every sector of Elder Scrolls lore. Clearly, Bethesda and ZeniMax enjoy expanding upon it, but dozens of new threads later, while it's obvious they want to continue, it's not obvious if they ever intend to fully explain the orb's origin or nature. Hence, the painful story continues. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on that note that I think it's time we finally wrap up. When I originally began work on this video about 2 months ago, I had expected it to be maybe 45 minutes, an hour, something like that, take a couple of weeks, and clearly, I let the time get a little away from me. But such is the beauty of Tamriel's many mysteries. Hope to see you all when we tackle the next one. Peace out, everybody. And again, shout out to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Don't forget to play it for free on PC, PlayStation, Xbox, or mobile now by using my links in the pinned comment and video description. New and returning players that haven't played in 6 months will also receive a massive bonus pack across PC and consoles, including multiple premium vehicles and other goodies, available for a limited time only, so make sure not to miss it.